Hello. Good afternoon, evening, morning, whatever time it is for you all. How's everybody doing? I just saw a very weird pop-up on my Discord. Like my Discord put the loading screen, said something about enforcement of EFEA 300, something like that, and then it went away before I could even read what it said. So I think I'm being murdered, chat. I think it's all over for your beautiful prince. It's a bit of a sleepy day. It's coming. What's coming? My death? Yeah. I generally don't know what it was talking about. So so we're starting Limbus today. Which is a very strange place to start, I think. I wanted to start in the just chatting screen because I needed to explain some things I felt like, because even though I've streamed Lobotomy Corp and Ruina, I feel like those have been a bit ago at this point. That's the game you ever played before? No, Limbus. No, I've played plenty of Limbus. Limbus is the third game in the Project Moon universe, quote unquote. I've played all the way up to current in Limbus. It's the game I haven't really shown on stream ever because it's a gacha game, so it doesn't really have like a careful flow and story to it overall. To put it mildly, trying to think what I'm trying to say here. It took me approximately, I want to say, for one chapter in the game, it took me approximately like 5 days worth of grinding to get through it all. Hey, Dragon. Hello, Robo. You've come to listen to me talk about Lobotomy Corp and Library of Ruina before we actually get into Limbus. That's what you've done. I just got a notification that said, like, hey, choose your league for the next choose the league for the next thing, and I'm like, I haven't made one horse for it. It's over. I literally have fallen off completely off of this this race. It's dirt in a mile, and I really just like cannot be asked to deal with a mile deal with dirt horses. That's we're not here to talk about Uma. Today's Uma streams are being replaced by Limbus, so we can experience Limbus. I currently have the Limbus client muted because it's very loud and annoying whenever you don't have it open. Next one is long. I'm going to never play Uma again. It's over. It's over, chat. It's over. Uma's banned from the stream forever. Anyways, where was I? I'm trying to limit myself to how much I spend yapping about Lobotomy Corp and Ruina to a reasonable amount of time. Because I know I will just talk about them for like 4 hours straight. But I thank you for the headbands. But I just want to give like a nice little breakdown of what is going on in those games. Or what happened in those games, so we can get into here. Even though they're not necessarily connected in any given way, Limbus takes place. Thank you for that, pets, Dragon, and Robo. They're not necessarily connected in any given way. They all take place in the same universe and after the same events happen. So, am I giving you a lobotomy? I hope not. Like, Lobotomy Corp is messed up. I'm talking about Lobotomy Corp. Lobotomy Corp, I again, like I said, I'm trying to limit how much I actually talk about it, because while it's not, because like every detail about it isn't important, but like there are details that I find important and build up to the story. So Lobotomy Corp takes place after some events happen in the city. Approximately, I don't know how long ago Lobotomy Corp takes place. All right. According to the timeline given in game, it was over 10,000 years, but I don't know if that's 10,000 years within the stop time or if that's 10,000 years like overall. That's a long time, is what I'm trying to say. So Lobotomy Corp takes place in a wing, which are basically, there are 26 or 25 major corporations that basically rule over sections of a place called the city. And the city is the only civilized place that humans can approximately live, even if it's like a terrible place. Lobotomy Corp takes place in L Corp. The sections of the city are named after letters of the English alphabet or Latin alphabet. No, it's English. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. That has to be Latin, right? Germanic? I don't know. I don't know the alphabet. I don't know where the alphabet originates from. Not important. Not important. And within the city, and within L Corp, originally L Corp was founded by a woman named Carmen because she believed that everyone in the city had a disease of the mind that kept them from growing or dreaming ever. So she developed L Corp to try and cure people of the disease of the mind. L Corp went through and as they were doing stuff, they kind of figured out they were going against the will of what's called the head. The head is basically the government from top down. And they are not good people. They enact their rule of law with an iron claw, to be exact, because the units, the top units of the top enforcers, I should say, of the cities of the head's will is the eye, who records all things, the arbiters, who basically arbitrate things, and then you have the claw, which is a bunch of people who are genetically and like drugged up completely 100%, and those they like to maintain their will over the city entirely. 1 second. Apologies. I do. Stretch my legs real quick. I've been sitting here trying to write up a script for this, and then I decided that I didn't need a script. What was I saying last? Oh, the head, their will. They oppose their will in the city using the arbiter's clause and the eye. And basically Lobotomy Corp kind of was going against the ideas of that for many a reason we will get into. But initially they were just trying to, the head, yes, they are called the head. They were just Lobotomy Corp was just trying to cure the disease of the mind. That's all Carmen wanted to do. Carmen had an understudy who joined up with her. His name is A. Through that, you hear his name is A throughout the most of the game, and A had an understudy who you know as B. ABC. Get it? Ha ha ha. Doesn't matter. Basically, they have a lab on the outskirts of the city. Carmen picks up some kids from the outskirts. They are messing with a drug called Cogito, which is supposed to help you open your mind. I don't know exactly how it works. It's never really explained. Okay, I'm sure it is, but I don't remember. It's been a while ago, and I try to suppress the memories of Lobotomy Corp because that game caused me to have an anxiety attack. It's that simple. It's a good game. Anyways, they pick up some kids from the outskirts. They are doing experiments with Cogito to figure out how it works on random people. One of the young kids, his name is Enoch, decides, hey, I can be used in those experiments. Eventually, Carmen and A lament? Is that the word? Yeah, I'm gonna say lament. That's not the word though. I don't remember the word I'm looking for. Relent. That's the word. Relent and let him do it, and then he dies, which then causes Carmen to go into a depressive episode and try to end her own life in a bathtub. A knocks on her door, finds her there, still half alive, takes her and shoves her inside of a thing that's now known as the well. It's filled with Cogito, and she became a floating nervous system just inside the well. And they basically use the juice from all of that to do things. The bucket, the well, it has many names. There's a lot of names that are thrown around. The story is very vague. And then while she does all that, while all that happens, A eventually doubles down on the research to try to save Carmen and not exactly save humanity at the time. And so he recruits all the other researchers. So you have A, you have who is known as Malkuth in the game, Yasad, Nizach, Hod, Chesed, Gabora, Hakma, and then you have and so originally they're trying to figure out how to use Cogito Helper. So Malkuth, even though she has been told that she is not allowed to, that she's not strong enough for it, steals Cogito, injects herself with it. All of her fingernails fall off and she bleeds to death while A watches. Yasad is the second trial. He's physically fine afterwards, but he mentally believes that all his skin is rotting off, so he keeps scratching. He has to wear long sleeves clothing, or he'll scratch himself, and eventually he goes crazy and dies. The third one was Nizach, who after giving Cogito goes into a drug-induced coma and never wakes up. After seeing all of that, the character who would later become Hod reports L Corp's doings to the head, and the head sends an arbiter. Her name is Garion, later known as Bina. She arrives, forces Chesed to open up all the abnormality cages, and basically murders all of L Corp outskirt lab personnel with the help of between her and the abnormalities. And I think I read somewhere that the Claw was there, but I'm not sure. I cannot verify that. And the only thing that stops it is Gabora, formerly known as the Red Mist Callie, taking her sword and basically murdering every single other abnormality out there excuse me. And then murdering the claw that was supposedly there, and fighting the Arbiter Garion to a standstill, giving up her own life to incapacitate Garion. A then takes Garion with the help of B, whose name is Benjamin, later becomes Hakma. Takes Garion, they take her, they torture her, and they use brain technology because the world's messed up, and they basically map her brain and figure out how to hide themselves from the head here on out. They then start building the facility that would be the place for LobCorp, and at this time, Benjamin leaves Ayan after some falling out. Excuse me, spoilers names. Ayan after some falling out, and then it later comes back and is killed by a robot that he and Ayan built together, whose name is Angela. She was built using a brain scan of Carmen, and she breaks one of the many taboos of the head, which is that you can't have a robot who can speak for itself, basically, who can think for itself. Those aren't allowed. So, Robo, you are banned from ever entering the city. Just so you know, do not go to the city. The hope was that when Ayan hoped that when he created Angela, he could bring Carmen back. It didn't work out, so he hated Angela and looked at her as a monster. And as he would always say, a machine must act like a machine. And that's basic. And then with the help, and then Angela, after Angela murders B, and they take Garion and put her inside a robot called named Bina. After all that happens, the stage is set for Lobotomy Corp, the game, to actually happen. And in Lobotomy Corp, you basically play as a unknown manager X, who through multiple time rewinds, you go through the same 50 days over and over and over again, hopefully clearing the problems and the sins that A has committed against all of the people who are in Lobotomy Corp from the top down. Because all their remains have been put inside robots with their memories of stuff. A lot of fun stuff. If you want to actually see what happens in that game, again, I played it. It should be up on my VOD channel, which there should be a link to that in the Discord. I know there's a lot of yapping going on. I promise we're getting to a point. But basically, after the end of that, after you are managed to quell all the problems and regain the courage to face yourself and the courage to move forward, you eventually finish what is called the Seed of Light project, where all of the energy, which is what you were collecting the whole time using the monsters, you were collecting energy called Inkathalon. You take all the energy and you shoot it into the sky, and it's supposed to be shot for 7 days straight, but it doesn't make it 7 days straight because Angela, after having lived the 10,000 years worth of time as 1,000,000 years herself, decides to. I was 7 days. Robo, I'm trying to tell a story here. I'm trying to just yap. After that, Angela decides to capture the light, and then her and Bina basically fight everyone else in Lobotomy Corp. All the other characters: Malkuth, Nazach, Yasad, Tifereth, Chesed, Gabora, Hod, and Hakma. They all fight for, I think, 4 days at least, until they come to an agreement that Angela can keep what's left of the light and that they will work together to recapture all of the light that has been spent. The hope of the Seed of Light experiment is that a seed of light would be planted into the minds of all people in the city, which would make them be able to, realize their dreams and further their cause and all that stuff. So that sets us up to Library of Ruina. And Library of Ruina, Angela has taken the leftover 3 days worth of light. By the way, the incomplete seeds were planted in people's brains or inside people's hearts. This causes things called the distortion phenomenon to happen. We'll get into that as we play Limbus. And slightly with the Library of Ruina thing. All right, so Angela uses the last 3 days worth of light and transforms what is the Lobotomy Corp building that you are in the game. She transforms it into what she calls the library, and she is the director of the library. And Library of Ruina starts with our main man and our best guy, Roland, somehow, strolling into the library, which is supposed to be off limits to anybody who doesn't have an invitation. Strolling into the library when he was on his Life Blaze. No, it's not Life Blaze. It's a literal library. It's filled with books. The books just have subjects about everything. Hello, Naka. Thank you for the headbands. Everything in the city that's been written down is being put inside those books. And trying to think. I've lost my train of thought. Blaze blue. Roland wanders his way in there when he's out there trying to. I wonder if there's books at the library. There were a lot of books. They all had like people's lives written down in them. It's crazy. But Roland wanders in there when he's out there trying to get a sandwich at Ham Ham Pong Pong, which is a real restaurant in Korea that you can go to based off of the fake restaurant that Roland talks about in the game Library of Ruina. It's run by Project Moon staff. They have events based on Limbus Company and stuff like that. I want to go one day to Hum Hum Pong Pong. Roland confronts Angela. Angela, using her god powers, blows his arms and legs off because she's super powerful. And then reconstructs him and brings him back to life as the head librarian of the Keter level of the library, which is general admissions and just general knowledge stuff. And then Roland is forced to help Angela receive guests, which means basically the library sends out invitations to random people who have a seed of light written inside of them, is what you learn later on. And those guests are invited to the library to pick up a book that will teach them anything they want to know, basically, anything at all. And if they succeed, if they don't, if they die, if they while trying to go into the library, they die, they become a book that goes on the shelf that others can read for information. And that's basically the premise of the game. And the game takes place over multiple different arcs as you become a more and more disturbance to city dwellers in their life. You receive more and more different guests, starting off with like low grade fixers. Fixers are people who fixers are people who just do like odd jobs. Some of them do surveillance, some of them do combat jobs. Some of them are just like normal people, like, and you meet a whole group of them throughout. There's tons of different fixers. The other thing you meet are syndicates, which are basically crime gangs that live inside the back streets, which are areas that are not run directly by the corporations inside their little zone. They're called the back streets. And yes, back streets is... I just fuck it. God, cut that joke. The back streets... And then above the syndicates are 5 major syndicates called the Fingers. And you have the thumb, the pinky, thank you for the head pats, the thumb, the pinky, the ring, the middle, and the index. We'll go over more over them. I take people to the back streets. In fact, they call me the Backstreet Boy. Do they? Do people actually call you the Backstreet Boy? Or are you lying to me, Robo? Don't smile at me like that. You get a variety of guests from really low ranking fixers all the way up to higher ranking fixers up to an association. The associations basically are the sub-government that rules over the fixers, because they're basically large groups of fixers that get together to rule over the other fixers. It's power play all the way down, just from top to bottom. A lot of them are unimportant. There are things that happen in the game which are kind of important, but like nothing really to talk about. Because throughout the game you just receive people, beat them up. Roland tells you about, hey, who that person is and all that stuff, and you're like, are you really a weak grade 9 guy who's out for lunch? And he's like, of course I am. Of course I was. I just know people. Ba 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 ba. And throughout the story you have to basically deal with Roland and Angela's trauma as you talk to the characters from the first game, as they have now chilled out because they have worked through their own trauma. They can now give life advice to Angela and Roland. Angela, who needs to move on from the horrible things Ayan did to her and live for herself and not for revenge. And Roland, who needs to figure out the same thing but for different reasons overall. There are a few memorable ones because I will mention them because they are important to other plot points in the story. You have the reception of Love Town, where you get to meet Tom Mary. Tom Mary is a what's the word? Couple, but they're toxically in love with each other. Not like they beat each other, but like they are way they could not. They're way too close. They're too like huggy, kissy, dory thing. Like they literally couldn't live without each other. And they show up after they are sewn together into a giant monster person. So to get into a giant monster person and are summoned to the library. Thank you for the head pats. And they are important for something I will mention in just a little bit. Other ones are the purple tear. She has the ability to hop between different dimensions and can also open up a pathway to anywhere she wants to go, really. So that one's really good. You have Olivier, which is a old friend of Roland who gives Roland his gloves, or his wife's glove, or Roland's wife's gloves, which let Roland access all of his actual weaponry rather than the nothing he had when he first shows up. And then after that, you have, let's see, who else is important that joins in the library? I mean, there's various different stories. Again, I played this game. If you want to actually see the story, because that game was much more story focused and much more story driven. You can go see it there. I'm trying to give like the general cliff notes of the game. At the end of the game, you are attacked by 13 people who are called the Distorted Orchestra, I believe. And what they are is, what a distortion is basically when a seed of light manifests inside you. If you face a severe traumatic moment in your life, you have two choices. basically a voice will talk to you, and you can either give into the voice or not give into the voice. Those are your two options. And if you give into the voice, you become a distortion, which basically means you get all the power you could ever want, but you're a monster from top to bottom, and your end goal is that you become an abnormality like the things that you were keeping in the game Lobotomy Corporation. Meanwhile, if you manage to ignore the voice and work against it and fight for your own ideals and stay strong to yourself, you manifest what's called ego, ego. Monks don't pay taxes, right? Well, most of them get locked inside a cage and then are forced to interact with with little nuggets all day to be drained of their power for energy conservation purposes or something like that. And so you end up fighting the distorted orchestra, and who is led by Argalia. And Argalia is the brother to the wife of Roland, and Roland's wife is double set to the cage, the next monster. And Argalia is the brother of Roland's wife. Roland's wife, Angelica, is one of the highest grade fixers there are. Fixers go from grade 9 all the way up to grade 1, and if you do something exceptional, you get a color. You get to be a color, and there's only so many colors, and there can't be two of the same color at the same time. Like I said, Gabora used to be a character known as Callie, who was known as the Red Mist, because she was that good of a fixer, which is why she was hired to work out in Lobotomy Corp. Excuse me. To work in Lobotomy Corp. All right. After you beat all of them, Roland reveals that he actually isn't just a simple grade 9 fixer who managed to wander in one day. He's actually a grade 1 fixer who is here because the first distortion that manifested that was super strong, called the Pianist. I'm doing all right, Plague of Screens. How are you doing? I'm just trying to go over the step-by-step that is the games before Limbus Company. The Pianist. The pianist. That's what they're called. If you play a piano, you're called a pianist. That's what they're called. Children. One of the first major distortions, called the Pianist, that showed up, murdered Roland's wife while he was upstate helping a friend do a job, so he could get money. Because he wanted to move out of the shitty hellhole he lived in. Shut up, Robo. Roland has been trying to find out why or how the Pianist happened. So he ran amok and murdered tons of people. He killed a guy's he disabled a guy's research. The guy was trying to save his son's life, and he destroyed his son's corpse in his research. He fought one of the fingers. He killed half of one of the fingers to he fought them to a standstill, and it's the middle finger, and we will get to why that is important much later in Limbus time. And so he actually broke into the library to try and kill Angela. And so if you do all the side stuff in Ruina, Angela decides to forgive Roland, and Roland decides to go crazy and attack you. And he fully distorts out and attacks you, and then you have to beat his ass down like just beat him to death, teach him that through pain we shall cure his trauma. And then Angela again decides to accept that, like, Roland lied to me, but I'm not going to live by those emotions anymore, because she's becoming more and more human and less robot. Again, play the game, watch the streams. I can't explain it all because it took me like 100+ hours to beat the game. Okay. I'm giving you the Cliff Notes version. In the true ending, Roland also forgives Angela. In the true ending, Roland also forgives Angela, and then Angela decides that, you know what, I don't want to, because Angela's original goal was to create the one true book, become fully human but fully powerful, and then release all of the abnormalities that were still inside of the books inside the library onto the city and destroy the whole city. That was her one goal. But eventually, once she becomes human and learns to move past her sins and move past her problems, and actually forgive Ayn, but forgive humanity for her suffering, she decides, you know what, I'm going to give up all this stuff we've worked for. I'm going to pump it all back out into the world and finish Ayn's dream, or finish the Seed of Light project. And this would also include sacrificing herself to it, because she's absorbed so much of the light herself. While she does that, the distorted orchestra comes back, because all the light she absorbed was in the form of people's books. And so when she's releasing the light back in the world, she's releasing the people back into the world. So the entire distorted orchestra gets to come back, and now you get to fight them, because because the reason they came there was to harness the light. And now you have to fight them all while they're all superpowered. That was a fun fight. I like those fights. So that was a good time. Meanwhile, while this is going on, Angela's fighting her inner demons. Angela's in there fighting her inner demons and talking to basically a shadow version of herself who wants to still destroy the world. But she's trying to overcome it. That was really cool. Those fights sucked. I hated it. I hated those fights. The distorted orchestra, great people, great fights. The actual fights against Angela herself, terrible, because Angela's given some of the worst pages in the game. I hate it so much. All of Angela's pages are built around the idea that she's using all the stuff she learned throughout the game from the different library floors, and like her main pages just blow. Like her main pages are just there to keep her alive long enough where she doesn't die, so you can use those. But Roland, they then fight. You then fight the distorted orchestra for 7 days in game time. And then Roland himself specifically fights off a distorted version of the ringleader of the orchestra, Argalia, for 7 days straight. And then almost at the final second, Roland pulls Angela out of the light, pulls Angela out of the light so she won't die. And then he kills Argalia. And he's like, I could not let you die. Not after all of this. We have to see this through to the end together. And then that's basically the end of the story. And then the head shows up, and they're like, well, if you had taken all of that light into yourself, read the one true book, and become a human, we would have allowed you to live here. But since you didn't, you're now a threat, because you're a robot who has too much knowledge of humanity and feelings. So you then fight an Arbiter and the Claw, Tooth and Nail. Yeah, Tooth and Nail is the final fight in the game, and then eventually they beat your ass into the ground because you are way weakened, because Roland has been fighting for 7 days straight. Without sleep, and Roland is Roland. We love our boy Roland. And then eventually they take the library and throw it somewhere in the outskirts. And now Roland and Angela are out there kissing and hugging and doing whatever they're doing. And that's where Ruina ends us. This was all important because the release of the light released people back into the world. This is important to note because we will be meeting some characters who are from the library. The game will denote when they show up. The game will literally be like, this character was from the library. It'll be great. But I also wanted to talk about not just those two, but the story that connects Ruina and Limbus Company. Last story, this one's actually going to be like 5 minutes. It's going to be super short. I promise. Last story is called Leviathan. It's the story of the fixer, the Red Gaze. That's Gaze. Gaze, not Red Gaze. Gaze. You get me? All right, chat. And then it starts off on, I think, the day before Christmas, and Virgilius is leaving his fixer office. Virgilius being the Red Gaze, he's a color fixer. He has the title of the Red because he has red eyes. There are implications about that feature in Limbus. We will get there when we get there. He has red eyes, and so he's going home, and then his employees stop him and say, "Hey, here, take these snacks to the kids in the orphanage." Virgilius watches over a bunch of kids in the orphanage because he's a good guy like that, and we love Virgilius. Well, Virgilius goes back to the orphanage, and what does he see? Not the orphanage. He sees a giant monster person who is Tom Mary, who has been dropped on top of the orphanage. Because Tom Mary gets to escape the library in the light. This was during the 7 bright days. There's 7 bright nights, 7 bright days and 7 bright nights, I believe is what it's called. Virgilius fights Tom Mary. Then the purple tear shows up, says some shit to Virgilius about how he's soft. They fight, and then Virgilius wakes up because it was a flashback. And it's current day, and in current day, Virgilius is still running the fixer. Virgilius is still running the fixer company that he was running with all his people, but one of the orphans, his name Garnet, they are all named after gemstones, is now working for him. Garnet is a up and coming grade 9 fixer who is a very cool guy, and he's a very cool dude. We love Garnet. Garnet later gets a message from another girl from the orphanage, which is a video of a set of lab rooms run by the Ring. The Ring being one of the syndicates. They are obsessed with art. They are super obsessed with art. They are so obsessed with art that like they cut people up and turn them into sculptures. They love that shit. It basically shows like, hey, the Ring are doing some crazy stuff inside one of their halls, and also it's inside what's called a corridor. A corridor is basically a set of doors that you have to is basically a like temporal space set of doors that you walk down, and if you go down the wrong door, you can be lost forever. So you have to make sure you go through the right doors. So Virgilius' office hears about this, and he's like, "Oh, I'm so," and they're all like, "Oh, this could be a huge payday if we learn about the ring, what the Ring are doing in that lab, and why the Ring have access to a corridor." So they set up a gig. Some stuff happens. The gig goes haywire. The gig goes haywire in many a way. Read Leviathan. It's really good. I will link this in my Discord where you can read it. It's really good. I recommend it 100%. Virgilius, Garnet, gets this really cool moment where what's called the mirror technology is used on him, which lets him subsume his multiple lives from different universes onto himself, and in one of them he is a messed up guy who's turning his friends into gemstones. Another one he is Roland. Another one he is a woman from the She Association, or a guy from the She Association who just sent a bunch of his people to their death. She Association is one of the largest fixer associations. They specialize in assassination, and they're really cool. But they were culling each other by sending each other on nonstop death missions. And just a bunch of cool stuff. Garnet pops off, but then Garnet can't hold his sins too much, and he turns into a cocoon. He rolls up into a ball and turns into a cocoon. All the other kids from the orphanage have also been abducted by the ring to this place, and they've all been turned into what are called Pekatula, which are abnormalities, which are like shitty garbage things that don't have a seed of light in them. It's complicated. We'll get there when we get there. The game explains it later, I promise. Virgilius has a cool fight with somebody. He gets pushed to a mental breaking point, and then he gets to talk to a funny haha head in a voice in his head. And this is the first actual realization we have. This is the first actual realization of what the distortion process looks like, where you have. Thank you for the head pats, Naka. I knew this was going to be an hour of me just doing a recap of the last two games and some side story. This is all important this is important to me, at least, that I explain this to you. This is going at the beginning of the Limbus VODs, so I'm sure someone will watch it and be like, no, Servo, that's not what happened here. You go and essay, and then, you know what? You're great, whoever writes that essay. I love you. Not in that way. And then we find out that the voice that they're talking to is possibly, more than likely, Carmen. It's Carmen from Limbus Company, or from Lobotomy Corp, from the very beginning, who has been subsumed into the light. I drank. Cheers, Naka. Has been subsumed into the light, and now talks as a funny haha voice that tells you, hey, just be selfish, just believe in your own self, screw the world around you, you are all that matters. I don't know if that's what she says all the time, but that's what she says to Virgilius, at least. And then Virgilius says nah, and then he manifests ego, and that's really cool. We'll see that later too, I promise. He looks really cool. Yeah, but shellfish, how much? At least 350. But yeah, and then one of the ring's experiments was a success, because the ring are trying to overlay one person's universe over top of another, over top their current universe self. And everyone else, Garnet was able to harness 5 of himself at the same time before he broke down. Everyone else shatters into gemstones. And then everyone else shatters into gemstones, basically. And the only one to survive is Lapis. And Lapis, who doesn't shatter or become anything, she's a success. She gets overlaid atop by a version of herself called Charon. And Charon we'll meet her soon. She's great. We all love Charon. Vroom vroom. And then at the end of that story, Limbus Company shows up and says, hey, do you want to join us? We need you for a special project. If you join us, we will give you back Garnet and Lapis. And that's how Virgilius comes to join Limbus Company. And that's where we begin off our wonderful game of Limbus Company, which we will now go to. Let me turn the audio back on. Oh, just an hour-long yap session. Steven, Universe Lore, Lapis Lily and Garnet, right? Yes, Lapis and Garnet are the two characters. Garnet became a little gemstone Garnet actually gets shattered and turns into a little into a little thing. Again, read Leviathan, it's great. But that's how we ended up here in Limbus Company. Turning into dagger. There's no dagger. Don't mind me, I'm just collecting things. I'm just clicking buttons. Don't worry about that. All right. And that's where we start here. Now, start here at the Selva Oscura in D Corp. The crystal weapons. And that's how this all leads to this part. We don't really have to play through the fights. The way we're gonna do this is we're gonna watch most of the story. We're not gonna play through most of the fights, except for some of the dungeons. But we can watch all this because this is the introduction to Limbus Company. And I'm going to be very quiet because the text is in Korean, so I'm going to be very quiet, and we can listen to the voice acting.
이제 알았어? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라는 걸.
It's me. That's me, chat.
엄밀히 따져보면 스승님이 하려는 게 도시의 금기는 아니더라. 아무도 시도할 생각조차 못했던 그런 일이라고 해야 하나? 어라? 근데 이 녀석
그 사이에 머리를 갈아 끼웠군. 원래 당신 같은 자들은 준비성조차 철저한가?
That's me. By the way, still don't know what this is. It's just nonsense. These redacted words are nothing.
아무래도 저 대가리엔 입까지는 없는 모양인데?
째깍거리는 소리만 들리네. 속에서는 비명이라도 지르는 걸까? 째깍대는 소리가 빨라지는 걸 보니 아파하기는 하나 봐.
We'll learn about those in the end of the Inferno. Of course we will. Something. It's something. The blank was done too quickly. Not good. Memory decay already. The blank was done too quickly.
이젠 잠잠하네. 그럼 슬슬 끝내자.
늑대, 여긴 누구도 오지 않고 누구도 볼 수 없는 곳이야.
But I don't know who these people are, by the way.
우린 가르침을 따라야 해. 시간을 끌어서는 안 되니까.
그렇지만 우리가 살면서 언제 이런 녀석을 죽여보겠어?
Who?
사자, 너는 일을 할 때 너무 감정적이야. 공과 사는 구분하면 좋겠군. 얼굴을 보고 싶었는데 아쉽게 됐어. 당신의 별이 어디 있는지는 알려주지 않겠지.
I mean, Dante's... He's not wrong. He is taking these... He's taking it to the grave because he literally cannot remember it.
그렇군. 입이 없었지. 자연히 그것을 찾을 방법도 이자에게선 얻을 수 없겠군.
그럼 이제 끝내도 돼?
그래.
이거 무슨 소리야? 표범, 설마 뒤에다가 추적자들을 달고 온 거야?
아니, 쫓아올 자는 아무도 없었어. 짐승일 확률은
It's a very interesting sounding wild animal, panther.
짐승 소리가 아니야. 이건 버스.
Limbus.
어떻게 여기까지 불러들어왔지?
조난당한 버스인가 본데? 길을 잘못 든 죗값은 생각보다 무거울 텐데.
Good job.
사자가 밀린 거야? 여전히 내 눈이 틀림없다면 당신은 영광의 항구에 이르겠지.
What does this again? Characters be just saying things sometimes. I don't know what this means. It's Faust from everyone's favorite book, Faust.
어두운 숲에서
But
길을
a
잃었군요.
woman.
하지만 당신은 두렵지 않았어요. 왜일까요? 그래요. 이제 그 형상을 되뇌면서 제가 하는 말을 마음으로 외치세요. 너의 별을 따라가거라.
So, some of this early art, by the way, is the early art is very different from the late art, mostly because they got a completely different artist because of some drama.
걱정하지 마세요.
I think they left around chapter
정말로
4.
심장을 못 쓰게 된 게 아니니까. 이것으로 계약은 완료되었습니다. 단테, 이제 저희는 당신의 시간에 귀속되었습니다.
Everyone's favorite quote is, "I can't wait till the end of the game," where Dante says, "Oh, of course, I'm Limbus, and this is my company."
이제 저희의 심장이 멎고 뛰면 당신의 시각이 어디 위치하는지에 따라 달렸습니다. 잘 부탁드려요.
We get to meet the crew.
정말 이걸로 된 건가요?
Hi, Ishmael. I dislike Ishmael. I don't dislike her. She's low on my list of favorite sinners.
사과 한 알이 떨어졌어.
We like this guy though. Yi-song is great. We love Yi-song.
이 사람은 아직도 이상한 소리만 하네.
What'd you say? A single apple has fallen. What? Huh?
찌뿌둥해. 이제 움직여도
There's Rodian.
뭐
It's Gregor. He's a bug arm.
나쁘진 않겠지.
Potential man.
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고 있는 그것은 뭐
So many memes that I want to say, but
우리의 마지막 대원이 될 자인.
I don't know how long we're gonna get by the end of the stream.
말 조심하는 게 좋을 걸. 우리 상사가 될 뿐이래.
습격은 순식간이었을 텐데 용케 머리를 숨겼군요.
So the interesting part about the stream is that I'm gonna be rereading all of this stuff, and then I'm gonna be like, what are they talking about? Because they still haven't explained half of this.
우리는 당신을 돕기 위해 찾아온 정의의 사자들이고 이건 원하는 곳은 어디든 갈 수 있는 마술 버스죠.
What the fuck are you talking about, Faust?
그런 대답을 바라는 거 아니었어요?
Just like in Blaze Blue, exactly.
그렇게 생각하는 쪽이 마음 편할 테니. 시간도 없고 유리한 상황도 아니니까 천천히 하지만 한 번만 설명하죠.
After some time passed, so let me get this right. As long as I do as you say, those complete strangers who I've never even met before will fight in my stead,
맞아요.
which is
당신이
explanation of game mechanics. Chat.
진정해요. 그 머리로 기억이 온전할 리.
Oh yeah. By the way, Dante, our main character, loses all of his memories, so that we can experience all of his memories in the future.
지금은 눈앞에 놓인 전투에 집중하죠, 단테.
뭐라고 불러야 할지. 시계 지휘관님? 아무튼 전투 명령을 내려주십시오.
뭘 명령까지야. 각계 전투밖에 답이 없지 않나?
저기요.
뭘 쑥덕대고 있는 거야? 다 으스러뜨리면 그만이잖아.
Hey, he's British. This man's British.
최선을 다해 주세요, 단테.
Me. I always love how it says me. It's like me. It's me. I'm Dante. I'm the Dante. And then during this first fight, you get your ass absolutely beat. You get like beat the hell out of.
이해가 되지 않는군. 이런 것들에게 사자가 당했다고.
잠깐만. 방금까지 싸웠던 사람이 말하긴 그렇지만 이건 대화로 풀 수 있는...
이건 이상적이지 않습니다.
This is not ideal.
처음부터 말이 안 되는 싸움이라고 생각했는데.
Okay. There are details here. This ring right here is very important. These rings are important. Please remember them.
다들 장난해? 난 시작도.
These rings are these are not a stylistic choice. These are a real thing that happened in the game. Please remember them. To be fair, Dante, they never said they'd win. They just said they'd fight in your stead.
이겨준다는 말은 안 했어요.
We never promised to win said fights. Thanks, Faust.
그리고
It seems that
나만 남았네요.
I'm the only survivor. Okay, so you meant for this to happen? Oh, yeah, we do. It's you, Dante.
기장의 수라기보단 그저 별을 따라가는 거죠.
단체로 자살놀이라도 하는 건가? 썩 유쾌하진 않군.
Oh, a fanfare only to die like flies. Ah, yes. The sinner strategy.
뱀에게 전해라, 거짓 사자.
Serpent. What serpent?
이건 막을 수 없는 흐름이라고.
This is our boy, Virgilius. We love him. I love Virgilius.
붉은색. 왜?
Because of reasons.
내가 왜 팔다리만 잘라낸 줄 아나? 그래야 사지 멀쩡한 네가 저들을 데리고 허둥지둥
Scram pell-mell out of here. What does that mean?
달아난 팔과 다리를 대체해 줄 놈이 너밖에 없으니
붉은 시선.
그렇게 노려보지 마. 네 놈들이 해놓은 짓에 비하면 별것도 아니잖아.
What did you do?
그 정도 부상이면 위에서도 충분히 할 일을 했다고 생각할 거다.
False serpent. I'm trying to remember who he's talking about.
여기서 명줄을 놓고 싶은가?
I don't know if I should be reading this. I just want to let the voice acting do its work. I'm going to yap over some of it because this bit's not exactly the most dramatic, but when we get to the actual dramatic scenes, I'll try to keep my mouth shut. This doesn't mean you have to read chat. I'm sorry, but like,
늦은 건 아무것도 없습니다, 단테.
I love the way he says Dante, by the way. It's beautiful. Dante.
우리에게 필요한 건 오직 되돌릴 시간뿐이니까.
Why are you this way, Virgilius? So, fun fact, every time Dante wants to bring the sinners back, he has to experience all of their pain. Every single one of all their pain gets
앞으로도 끝내주게 고통스러울 겁니다, 단테.
he has to experience all of their pain. Also, the art here is so beautiful. They look so silly in this art, though. Like, why does she look like that? Why does Ishmael look like that? Introductions. I just realized it doesn't even tell you who you're fighting here. Level ? I'm assuming these levels have like specific things on them. Introductions. Get to meet Rio, and I hear a beast howling from somewhere. And it cries so ceaselessly. Is it wailing out of hunger or...
움찔움찔거려. 일어난 걸까?
드디어 정신을 차렸군. 버티지 못하고 골러갔으면 조금 실망할 뻔했어.
Mephistopheles.
상쾌한 아침. 나는야 버스 기사 카런.
Hi, Calron. She used to be Lapis.
아침은 아니지만 상쾌하긴 하겠어. 기분이 어떻습니까, 단테?
Again, me. It stops saying me at some point. It just says like Limbus Company, I think. But it's just funny every time I see it.
제각거리는군. 의사소통이 안 되는 건 제법 곤란한데.
Also, a third of this game is built around the idea that no one can understand Dante but the other people he's in charge of. And it makes for some pretty funny humor, in my opinion.
저는 베르길리우스라고 합니다. 이 말이 제대로 들린다면 무언가 이해했다는 행동이라도 취하시죠.
Excuse me. He didn't seem hostile. I gave him a quick nod. He didn't seem hostile.
좋아. 듣는 것에 문제가 없군. 일단 출발하지, 카론.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
Brum, brum. We love Charon. By the way, how's the sound, by the way? Is it okay? Is it loud? Quiet? I haven't asked. Every roar and vibrations as though they echoed from the bottom of a deep mire. It was then that I realized I was aboard a bus. A bus. I can't be sure if I've ever ridden such a vehicle in the past.
당신이 누구였는지는 기억합니까?
I shook my head to say no. I just been reminded that my head was now a linking mechanism of sorts.
원래 기억을 되찾고 싶겠군. 그렇지 않나?
Everything in due time. I nodded. I sure felt like an idiot. Sounds good on my end? That's great, Travis. Happy to hear you, buddy.
어떻게 생각하지, 파우스트 씨?
파우스트는 사양하고 싶어요.
Faust is Faust. Faust likes to talk in the third person because she's Faust. I will tell you of a meme later once we get more associated with the sinners.
저희가 매끄럽게 몸을 움직일 수 있는 상황이 그렇게 많지는 않을 것 같으니까요.
Robo. She's the one who spoke to me back in the forest. Her silver hair glistening even without sunlight gives off a rather mysterious aura.
Dante.
Hi, Faust. Dante? Come to think of it, the man with the red eyes has been calling me that too.
단테는 당신의 이름이에요. 이름까지 잊으셨군요.
Yes. I generally don't believe that Dante is our name, by the way. Sure looks like it. That doesn't sound familiar at all.
점차 익숙해질 거랍니다.
Wait, you can understand me? The group that attacked me earlier and that Virgie or whatever he was called seemed to hear nothing but ticking from me.
파우스트에게는 제대로 된 단어로 들린답니다.
Thanks, Faust. You actually can, but how? I don't even have a real mouth.
그런
Assumptions
구시적인
of-
발상은 머리를 바꾸어서 생긴 건가요? 성대나 혀 따위의 발성기관이 있어야만 대화를 할 수 있다는 건 시대착오적인 이야기죠.
Shut up, Faust. Quit being so smug. Anachronistic. Right. Never considered that. Anachronistic, I believe actually is the way to say that.
당신의 말은 한 사람에게만 보낼 수도 있고 모두에게 전달할 수도 있답니다. 모두라는 말은 수정해야겠군요. 수감자들에게만 해당하는 이야기예요.
The sinners. We get to meet all the sinners. Yay. Sinners?
당신의 뒤에 앉아 있는 방금까지 당신을 대신해서 싸운 사람들을 말하는 겁니다.
그대가 이 여정을 함께할 마지막 조각인가? 얼마나 기다렸는지 모르네.
Here comes everyone's favorite character, in a way.
아, 형씨. 머리통은 어디다가 팔아넘겼어?
당신이었군요. 당신 덕에 박살나 있던 척추가 말끔하게 돌아왔어요.
That's not how this works at all.
궁지에서 의사 일이라도 했나요?
Who is that? Gender change potion. Collect my ingredients. I'm pretty sure I've already done it because at least a fourth of the characters on this bus are gender swapped. Unless you're a Terraria. Are you the Terraria potion? It's what, a day bloom? I don't. It's been a minute since I've had to make a gender change potion. One of every herb? Ah, nah.
잡음이 겹치는 것만큼
One water bottle.
피하는 것도 없으니 자기 소개가 필요한 시점인가 보군.
We love you, Virgilius. Continue to be sassy for the rest of your life, please, and thank you.
그럼
But gender shame potion, I must tell you something though.
시간을 주겠다.
Once Virgilius is done talking.
앞에 앉은 것부터 시작.
You, by following me, you have been turned into a spider. I don't make the rules. I am the Lord of all spiders. It happens, okay? But you do get to choose what kind of spider you are. So if you want to enlighten the chat what kind of spider you've been turned into, we would all love to know. I haven't played the new Terraria update. I've heard it's really cool and fun.
왜 이름은 항상 앞자리부터인지. 앞에 나서는 이제 진절머리가 나.
What the fuck am a potion? Well, now you're a spider potion. So what kind of spider potion are you?
당신이 우리를 이끌 뭐더라? 관리자라고 하던데.
Manager, Dante. We became red. The one giant spiders from Terraria then in hard mode. Oh no.
그래.
I'll take it.
그래서 어떤 인물인지 굉장히 궁금했는데 말이야. 역시 뭔가 말을 만드는 건 어려워.
We love Gregor.
머리통은 어디 팔아먹었는지 모르겠지만 저마다 사정은 있는 법이니까.
Black Recluse, Terraria. Okay, good to know.
나는 그레고르라고 한다.
I can't wait for somebody to one day draw the spiderlings, the group of spiderlings we have. It's gonna be like one giant spider, which is the Black Recluse from Terraria, 1 million jumping spiders, and then like some oddballs here and there. I'm Gregor. We're in this together, Manager Bud. Gregor, this sinner is relatively easy to handle in terms of her personality. However, an upsurge of emotion or a sudden change of environment may cause parts or the whole of his body to transform into insectile, notably akin to carapace, resembling that of the blank tissues. If you do not wish to be a rude manager, not that you're obligated to be nice, we recommend keeping your facial expression in check so that your disgust is not visible to him. He sometimes uses cynical language, but he can still be reasoned with, and you can get around him without much difficulty, as long as you learn the knack of it. This is Gregor. Ungezeifer, which means pest. Thank you for the headbats, Robo.
그래.
In German.
양반이 뭐야 양반이. 이제부터 우리한테 엄청난 돈을 가져다줄 사람한테.
Hi, Rodian.
그래?
Rich, what's that about?
양반보다는 단테. 이름으로 부를게. 당신도 나를 로제라고 불러.
It's weird. She's called Rodian. She says call her Rogia. I don't know what her real name is. Let's see. What better to call you? Dante. Hope you don't mind being on first name basis. You can call me Rodia too. Rodian. Pakyon. I don't know. This is Russian. It means split, apparently. The unfortunate traits of being backstreets born are apparent in this sinner. She loves money, gambling, and betting, so is advised to pay close attention to her as the manager. She tends to deflect orders with an unimpressive wink or a silly joke. We recommend taking a stern stance at times to remind her that you are her superior. Her mood may be down at irregular intervals. There's nothing you can do to aid her in that state, so we recommend waiting for it to pass. This is all important, by the way. Colors don't blend at all? What does that mean? With the fonts in the background? I'm sure they do. Totally do. I'm sure it's a nightmare to read on Twitch. On me downsizing it for Twitch. I think there'd be.
분명 원래는 둥지에 굉장한 사람이었겠지. 그때 버릇을 조금만 내비쳐도 우리한테 돈이 주르륵 들어올 생각을 하니.
She sure is an extrovert. I'll give her that.
아차, 내 정신 좀 봐. 예, 다음은 네 차례야.
It's my boy. I love him. There's my boy. I love Sinclair. Sinclair is the chat's champion. I love Sinclair. I don't care who you like. Sinclair's our boy. We love him.
아, 시시해. 그게 끝이야?
By the way, if you're wondering, I've played up to Canto 9. I've played, that's the reason we're just doing the story beats for a lot of this, is because I can't be asked.
싱클레어라고 해요.
No clerks. The clerks are fine, Queen of Hatred. The clerks are fine. No one's hurt any clerks. I promise. There are no. You can go fight. You can go fight this abnormality over here by yourself. Everything's okay. I promise. It's all okay. You can go be a hero of justice. I promise. All right, fine. BRB, thank you. Sinclair, even with the volatile nature of human Vogel, which means bird, I believe, in German. Even with the volatile nature of human growth around his age taken into consideration, the sinner seems to get particularly startled or frown when spoken to. He isn't used to real combat at the moment, meaning that he may struggle to keep himself together at the sight of something as mild as split innards at first. As there may be those with violent tendencies among your crew, we reckon taking an approach focused on positive reinforcement with this sinner. He appears to possess a murderous gaze that he himself isn't aware of. This is a hopeful sign that he has the potential to grow into an expert of our company's profession with the right stimuli. Cheers. Cheers, Queen of Hatred Real. Cheers. Queen of Hatred, you have also been turned into a spider, just so you know. So you can go ahead and tell us what kind of spider the Queen of Hatred would be. This boy looks awfully I mean, he would be turned into a book in the Library of Verona. This boy looks awfully unnerved. Did he even join this company of his own accord? Yeah, I generally had no clue. Well,
더 해야 할 말이 있나요?
that's not the first, tell you that much. We love you, Sinclair. I don't know how old you are, Sinclair, but we love you. Thank you for that. That's Queen of Hatred.
뭐 앞으로 남은 날은 많을 테니까. 그럼 거기 괴짜 친구가 다음 타자하자.
Yisong?
이상이라오.
Hi, Yisong. Yisong, formerly the youngest chief researcher at the Redacted Wing. The Sinner possesses higher intelligence compared to most others. We estimate that everyday conversation with the Sinner will prove difficult. For managers selected by our current screening process, avoiding communication altogether will pose a risk on its own. However, if the Sinner remains silent for a long time, that means he's currently processing a line of deliberate thought. We recommend waiting patiently for him. We recommend waiting patiently for him. I speak Uwu. That's it?
이상이요.
No, smoke and mirrors, like the smoke war. Haha. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, I don't know too much about it, but apparently Lobotomy Corp caused the first smoke war. Don't know how, don't know why, but they did. That's important. We'll learn about that later. There's so much of this game which is going to be, we'll learn about that later. I promise. I waited for them to say if he was being witty or something, but he just stared vacantly out the window, disinterested.
답답하네요. 사회생활의 첫걸음은 인사잖아요. 저를
Hi, Ishmael.
이스마일이라고 불러주세요.
Call me Ishmael, if you please. She said the thing. She said the thing. I believe it's the first first line he says in the book is "Call me Ishmael." By the way, all these characters are from books. Sinclair's from Damien, the story of Emile Sinclair. Rodian is from Crime and Punishment. Faust is from Faust. Yisong is a poet from Korea, not actually from a book. He wrote poetry mostly. Gregor is Gregor from Metamorphosis, where he turns into a bug. That's the reason he has a bug arm. Ishmael, you may be disheartened by the defective state of many of your sinners. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. I know. Do not worry. Do not worry. Thumbs up. We are we are good. I promise you. The sinner is one of the few who can carry out most missions without much complaint. She is likely to make reasonable judgments, so it is a good idea to start conversations while looking her way if you're seeking sound advice. However, you mustn't forget the sinner has survived an absurd voyage in a far and wide body of water. Her patience may run deep, but once you take a wrong turn with her, it will be a difficult task to regain her trust.
당신 덕택에 동강난 몸이 돌아왔다고 들었어요. 앞으로도 잘 부탁해요.
Thanks, Ishmael. Well, I'll forgive you for what you do later. She gave a polite bow before returning to her seat. For someone who emphasized not being a misfit, she didn't feel like the most amicable sort.
미안하게 됐네. 나는 사회생활하고는 거리가
Hi,
좀
Heathcliff. Hi, buddy. Pat, 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 pat.
히스클리프. 멋대로 부수고 깨부수는 일은 전문으로 하고 다녔지.
Let me some Heathcliff. Heathcliff. Revenge. The sinner refers to take action rather than wait for logic to dictate his course. His thoughts and feelings. Wow, they actually did make this entirely impossible to read. His thoughts and feelings are blatantly visible in his demeanor, and he has no intention of hiding them. His brashness may cause headaches or physical injury leading to headache in the process of forming a relationship. Please do note that this is not an indication of serious damage to the sinner's thought process. If his fit of rage persists, please contact the Human Resources Department. Once you realize that he is the type that tends to be simple-minded, you'll have an easier time handling him.
누가 시켜서가 아니라 거슬리는 것들에게 하고 다니긴 했지만 당신도 조심하라고.
Shut up, Heathcliff. You
나는
big softy.
윗사람이라고 거들먹거리는 사람한테 알레르기가 있거든.
He's so British it hurts. I think I didn't think to get an impression yet. Hi, Don Quixote. She is Don Quixote, the man of La Mancha. Thank you for the head pets. Fuck you, KGH. I just seen what you did. I haven't been back to this in a very long time, so I'm just noticing things in the background. There is no sinner that can outmatch this one's level of passion if we were to measure it. An avid aficionado of all things Fixer, she adorns herself with a variety of Fixer-related merchandise. They won't affect her performance in combat one way or another, so there's no need for you to restrict her from keeping her decorations. She is deeply immersed in the role of a righteous Fixer, hence the exaggerated mannerisms akin to that. Have you played the game before? I have beat Canto 9. I am currently up to date. I waited till I got to the very end of Canto 9 to do the streams for it. I'm not new, I promise you. I played through Ruina and Lobotomy Corp and Ruina, and then I started Limbus, and then I wanted to get up to date because the leveling for new players in this game is horrendous. Terribly horrendous. So I wanted to wait till I had like a decent team that I could just walk through the game, and we can do fights and talk about the game as we go. And then I'll cry sometimes. There's going to be a lot of crying. This game made me cry a bunch. Hence the exaggerated mannerisms akin to those of an actor. Has such a thing ever existed? Really? It's advised to play along with her for a smooth mission. Do not play along with Don Quixote.
그대와 함께 꿈을 향해 달려갈 해결사지. 잘 부탁하네.
A fixer? That definitely feels like a term I used to know.
해결사 말인가? 내가 대답해 줄 수 있네. 도시를 수호하는 자들이지. 아, 도시에 대해서도 제대로 기억하지 못하겠군. 도시는
나는 가벼운 인사를 나누라고 했던 것 같은.
Thank you, Virgilius.
두 번 말하게 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 다음.
홍루라고 한답니다.
Hi, Honglu.
잘해보자고요. 우리.
Honglu, he's from Dream of the Red Chamber. Honglu, a sinner who lived in an affluent life before becoming our company's asset. As such, he has a certain admiration for a free life. But occasionally, he may make ignorant and unsavory questions in regards to the food cooked by certain other sinners or other aspects in the low lives of the lowly culture. This can cause significant irritation for the other sinners. However, it is important to note that no sarcastic undertones are contained in his curiosity-driven inquiries, so it's ill-advised to let them get physical over it. No, I mean you can. It's whatever.
머리 근사한데요? 요새 유행하는 모델인가 보죠?
No, this isn't that kind of.
제 취향은 아니지만.
저건 무슨 말싸가지야?
Heathcliff looked to be just moments away from swinging his bat. But when he noticed that red gaze laid on him, he grunted and sat himself back down.
요슈.
Hi, Ryoshu. Ryoshu, As they say, every person has their own creed, and it's only right to respect it as the executive manager. But with some creeds, you'll have difficulty in even simply pretending to sympathize. You will have noticed that the sinner in question is a silent chain smoker whose eyes shine with a euphoric gleam only during battle. She believes that senselessly destroying the enemy's heads is an uncultured act and a step backward for art. Caution: the sinner's background is one that even our company may have trouble handling. It is advised against making her breed personal resentment towards you. We love Roshu. Shurez, nice to meet. Oh, I didn't realize she made a pun the first time you talked to her. Shure. Shurez, nice to meet you. All right. At what point was I supposed to laugh when she made a pun?
그렇게 불러주시겠습니까?
Hi, Mersalt. Mersalt, beat the game for me. Mersalt, run the stream for me. Mersalt, once clear and concise commands requiring no judgment on his part. Literally all it says. You're polite?
특별한 것이 아닙니다. 그저 보통의 태도입니다.
I'm almost touched. Thanks.
네.
It felt as though something was gravely amiss with him, but I couldn't quite tell what. The way she scanned me up and down was a little daunting. I felt almost compelled to bow to her, but she stopped me with a motion of her hand.
관리자님이 먼저 자세를 굽히려다니. 당치도 본인은 오티스라고 합니다. 이전에 실례했던 부분을 사과드리고 싶습니다.
This is Otis. She's Otis. I have questions about Otis. Fun fact, Otis in Greek means nobody. The sinner could serve as an excellent advisor depending on your capability. However, she also has a meddlesome tendency, so it is recommended to keep her satisfied with short replies of agreement. She is an expert when it comes to tactics and various pearls of wisdom about life, making her advice all the more valuable for our mission. In addition, she possesses a vast knowledge of workshop technologies. You can trust her with the simple repairs of the bus. Notice, unlike other sinners, accessing records pertaining to the past of this sinner is not permitted. Warning: keep an eye on the sinner and beware that she does not exercise her cunning intellect for purposes other than completing our company's mission. Rudeness?
이거 참 마음마저 이렇게 넓으실 줄이야.
There is no end to the glaze.
역시 처음부터 저희를 이끄실 분이라는 걸 한눈에 알아봤습니다.
What?
인간의 대부분은 서로가 맞붙어 소음과 마찰을 이끌어내지만 그중 소수는 맞붙는 것으로 서로에게 이득이 되는 경우가 있다고 합니다. 검을 날카롭게 벼리기 위해선 그만큼 강한 숫돌이 필요한 것처럼 누구보다 관리자님을 위해 헌신하겠습니다. 편히 써.
That's reassuring. Thanks. She just glazes you nonstop. That's all she's doing. I gave her an approving nod, even though I didn't get what she meant by rudeness.
아까 숲에서는 불쌍하게 나뒹군다고 말하더니 잘도 그런 말을 성대 밖으로 꺼낼 수 있네요.
I think I get it now.
제가 마지막이네요. 파우스트입니다.
Hi, Faust. All right. So now that we have Faust on the screen, I've learned of something cursed about Faust recently, and that is what the community did to her. Specifically, one of her identities, which are basically skins of different universes that the sinners wear to basically to fight because their normal power is weakened. One of her identities called Seven, the Seven Association, which is an association that leads fixers, apparently really likes coffee and talks about drinking coffee a lot. This manifested into someone writing a Naka, don't clip this. This manifested into someone writing a fan fiction about her. Or I think it was a comic first before a fan fiction, where she drank too much coffee before going on a mission and pisses herself, which then apparently caused an uproar in the community for like 2 weeks of people drawing fan art of Seven Association Faust pissing herself. So Piss Faust exists, and I had to learn about it, so you all do too. The Sinner developed an engine Mephistopheles. The bus operated by Limbus Company. She claims that there's no one in the city who could rival her library of knowledge and wisdom, and she isn't necessarily wrong. You might find her high and mighty attitude when she allows you to converse with her displeasing. But, as seen with how she treats everyone with subtle gestures of arrogance, there is no hope of her parting with it, ever. We recommend simply nodding once and getting over with it. Even though she is an unparalleled genius, we can't quite figure out how to use this one. Perhaps you could be the one to find out.
당신의 인생 중 한 번 만날까 말까한 천재죠.
Shut up, Faust. Faust, you changed so much by the end of the story.
납득하지 못한 듯한 반응이군요, 단테. 괜찮습니다. 경험을 통해 차차 이해할 수 있을 거예요.
Learn what?
파우스트가 진귀한 천재였다는 사실을 말이에요.
Hi, Faust.
관측자가 깨닫지 못한다 하여 사실이 진실이 되는 일은 없으니까요.
Okay.
소개는 여기까지.
Hi, thank you, Virgilius.
당신의 직무를 알려드리죠.
All right. What's my job? You mean as the manager?
관리자를 말하는 거냐고 묻고 있어요.
Excuse me. And to think of it, the man with red eyes couldn't hear me, unlike the sinners.
맞습니다. 관리자 단테. 당신은 지금 소개받은 이 12의 수감자와 함께 지옥을 기행하게 될 것입니다.
The Inferno? Why should I go to hell?
자신이 지옥으로 가야 하는 이유를 묻네요.
지옥의 끝에는 보물이 기다리고 있으니까 그렇게 말하면 되겠습니다.
Again, this is still all vague, and we still don't know what the hell they're talking about. You mean I used to be a treasure hunter or something?
아예 알아듣질 못하는군요.
이해를 요구한 건 아닙니다, 단테. 의사를 물은 것도 아니죠.
Yeah, the whole consent thing went out the window a while ago. And even though we love consent here on twitch.tv/Servofrosty, well, problems arise when it comes to having a clock for a head.
기억과 머리를 되찾고 싶다면 제 말을 들어야 할 겁니다.
I mean, I do want them back, but
미적거리네요.
파우스트 씨, 단테가 계속해서 거부하면 우린 어떻게 되는 거지?
무슨 말씀을? 파우스트는 모든 것을 예상한답니다.
sure you did, Faust.
단테, 모든 임무를 마치고 나면 당신은 성위를 새길 수 있을 거예요.
You'll be able to engrave the aspect. Okay, once you complete all your missions, you'll be able to engrave the aspect. Aspect, a word that pierces through my mind. Even though my memories are gone, my underlying instincts respond strongly to it. And led by those instincts, I make my choice.
보이죠? 고개를 끄덕이잖아요.
Just like, just like brain jack me, why don't you?
좋아, 계속 가면 되겠어. 그런데 카론, 아까부터 왜 출발을 안 하고 있지?
버스 기사는 졸음 쉼터에서만 졸아, 베르. 메피 앞에 이상한 놈들이 서성이고 있었어.
카론, 말했잖아. 버스에 무슨 일이 생기면 곧바로 알려야 한다니까.
Mephi, who's that?
메피스토펠레스. 이 버스의 이름이자 버스를 구동하는 엔진의 이름. 그리고 파우스트의 심혈을 기울인
Magnum
역작이죠.
Opus Cordis. I'm just assuming it's a special type of Magnum Opus.
지옥을 순항하기에는 걸맞는 나룻배가 아닐 수 없지. 그렇게 생각하지 않습니까, 단테?
By the way, if you can't tell, Dante is from Dante's Inferno. That's the reason we're going through cantos, because that's the way chapters in Dante's Inferno was laid out. Virgilius was the other, was Dante's guide through Dante's Inferno, and Paradiso and Purgatorio, I believe is what they're called. I wasn't sure what he was getting at, so I turned away to look through the window instead of giving him a reply.
보아하니 뒷골목에 기거하는 익숙한 쥐새끼들이군.
As always, these games start with us killing rats.
마침 잘 됐습니다, 단테.
Wonderful rats.
지휘를 연습하기는 더할 나위 없는 조건이군요.
단테, 처음 전투에서는 생략한 부분이 많았어요. 제대로 설명할 시간이 없었으니까요. 하지만 그런 식으로만 전투가 이뤄지면 우리는 항상
So fun fact, all of the game mechanics such as identities, leveling up, the way the fights are done, all that are real. They're real things. They are all part of the game. Even the way the game looks is a real part of the game because Dante is looking through a PDA to watch the fights.
당신은 우리를 살리기 위해 의미 없는 고통을 느껴야만 하겠죠.
Hello Tram, how are you? Tram, they have a French person in this game. Are you happy? I'm pretty sure he killed a guy. Paying to revive you? You mean what happened earlier was...
네, 당신이 시계를 돌려주었기에 우리는 살아나는 거랍니다.
당장 필요한 설명은 아닌 듯합니다, 파우스트 씨.
Thanks, Virgilius. And you kill him? No, he's hanging out. His name is Mersault. He's from a book called The Stranger, I'm pretty sure.
자잘한 담소는 나중에. 너희들 전원 하차.
전투에 대한 설명을 이어가죠.
And then combat happens. And then you do combat. And we love combat. Combat's great. There's a lot of story elements at the very beginning of this game. Ooh, don't mind me. Hit the road. Hit the road. Hit the road. Pre-battle and post-battle.
아까보다는 쓸만해 보이는군요, 단테.
Thanks, Virgilius. They all got away, save for one, though. Shouldn't we go after them? Tell me when Don Quixote appears?
놓친 적을 걱정하네요.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get there. She has her own canto. You'll get to learn lots about Don Quixote.
걱정할 건 없습니다. 마침 가야 할 길이었으니. 가론.
발판을 꽂고 신나는 기분으로 달릴게.
We love Charon. Pat the Charon. I only know her from the memes. She's great. She speaks in ye old English. Limbus Company, beach volleyball.
뭐죠?
저는 정체되지 않고 나아갈 수 있다는 말에 여기에 합류한 거예요. 그런데 지금은 쥐새끼도 아니고 계속 의미 없는 폭력만.
It's all in due time, Ishmael.
의미가 없진 않소. 저들은 우리를
Beach volleyball. Every time. I'm trying to ham it up. There she is. Don Quixote's on screen.
시끄러워요. 좀 조용히 좀 해봐요. 아무튼 이런 용역 폭력단 같은 행동만 명령할 거라면 다른 일을 하는 것도 고민해봐야 할 것 같아요.
That's not allowed, Ishmael. You're kind of stuck here forever.
입사 계약서를 제대로 안 읽으셨나요? 회사는 허용될 수 없답니다.
Exactly.
계약하면서 말한 이야기가 거짓말이라도 그 계약이 효력이 있을 거라 생각하는 건가요?
Lies.
당연히 효력이 있죠.
She literally says, "Call me Ishmael." That's the first thing she says when you meet her. When she introduces herself, she says, "Call me Ishmael." It's like, she said the thing, chat. She said the thing. Told you, it's time to experience peak. We're doing peak right now.
애초에 거짓말은 없었으니까.
네?
설마 제가 메피스토펠레스를 그저 운송만 하는 버스로 만들었을 것 같았나요?
메피는 항상 배고프다. 그래서 울어.
The bus gets hungry?
엔진이 연료를 섭취할 때 생기는 부산물. 여러분은 그걸 통해 강해질 수 있어요. 이상 씨는 잘 알고 계시겠죠? 거울 속에서 모든 가능성을
There's so much that I just want to explain, but I have to shut my mouth because we have 9 cantos worth of explanation coming up for all of this. So I'm just gonna be very quiet and we'll enjoy the story together. I'll try to at least.
성장 또한 제약이 없어. 거울 속에 나는 나인가 아니면 또 다른 누구인가.
Possibilities. What exactly are you drawing out? And then I'm pretty sure the game teaches you how to do a extraction, but we can't do extractions right now because we have to save because a wonderful thing is coming. A wonderful thing is coming called I forgot what it's called. Walpurgisnacht. I forgot.
그렇군요. 이런 걸 의미했던 건가요?
너무 마음이 급할 필요는 없어요, 이스마일. 버스가 향하면 자연히
시정잡배 같은 일보다 중요한 걸 맡게 될 거야.
So I got hooked onto these games as a little backstory. I got hooked on these games because I have one very insistent British friend who was like, "Hey, these games, I really like these games. Games are really cool. I really like Limbus Company. But I think you should play the other two games first." And so I played Lobotomy Corp, almost had literally had a panic attack over beating that game because I was so anxious about playing it correctly. Played Library of Ruina because Lobotomy Corp was really, really good. Played Library of Ruina, had a great time, and then eventually now we're here. We're playing this. I've read Leviathan. I haven't read Distortion Detectives, but I've read Leviathan. So we're here, playing this.
거울 세계에 있는 우리들의 모든 가능성 중 하나를 끄집어내는 거니까 기억이 조금 더 쉬워졌을 거예요. 곧 익숙해질 거예요.
뭐야? 그거 좀 위험해 보이는데?
I'm sure it's not that dangerous, Rogia.
이러다가 내가 아니게 되는 거 아니야?
Don't worry, Dante can always bring you back.
여러분은 테세우스의 배가 아니에요.
She said the thing, ships of Theseus. She referenced the thing.
인격과 기억을 빌리기는 하겠지만 주도권을 잃도록 설계되어 있지는 않아요.
거울에 비추는 나는 사뭇 다를 수 있으나 거울 밖을 벗어나면 거울 속의 형체.
Hero does go hard.
저희가 어떻게 성장할지는
We'll get there again.
씨에게 달렸어요.
We'll get there when we get there. It's gonna be a while.
거울 세계의 다양한 가능성을 가장 효과적인 타이밍에 더 씌우는 일을 하실 테니.
메타몰프시스를 말하는 건가?
She said the thing, chat. She said the thing.
네, 일종의 탈퇴이자 변신이라 할 수 있죠.
어머? 그런 어려운 단어는 어디서 알았대?
How it low genuinely feels to play Limbus Company when I know damn well what happens in 99% of the cantos. I know, right? She said the thing, chat. Oh, hello, Emerald. You missed, don't worry, you didn't miss much. The first hour was me just explaining Lobotomy Corp, Library of Ruina, and then Leviathan, and how we all ended up on this bus together.
주워들었다. 이 사람 저 사람 많이 만나봐야 하는 일을 했었거든.
Also, you should be the one talking about ships of Theseus, Miss Odysseus. Gregor, shh.
감소는 끝났나? 일단 길부터 뚫자고. 어차피 지겨울 정도로 붙어 있을 테니 못한 말은 나중에.
Also, no, listen, don't worry. Fair enough. Emerald. The thing I was saying you should watch out for is the circles on the people's weapons. Very important for later things. Those circles are very important things. We need to remember them.
길이 열렸어. 하지만 베르, 메피가 달리기만 했어도 길은
The coins and tax? No. I can't show it. When you're fighting Lion, Panther, and whatever the last one's name was, Wolf, the cutscene after when they're killing the sinners, they have circles around their weapons. Those are not just visual stimuli. Those are important things that actually exist in the game. We will discuss them in 7 cantos from now. 7 or 8 cantos from now. they don't take place until very much later. But those were a thing the game set up now that didn't come to realization for 8 fucking years. Or 8 fucking cantos. I didn't realize the first time I played. Roko Nana cantos from now? 6, 7? No, you don't. Hell. Okay, so most of this game is not adaptations of the books. They are references. There are references to the books, but most of them are just like very loose references. I think Heathcliff has the strongest reference to to Wuthering Heights. I think. Maybe Yi Song. I don't know. I've never read Crow's Eye View. What else were they hiding? I was losing my mind when I was looking at the damn introduction page, because like there's so much in the background. The game is, they're just hiding things there, and it's like, oh my god, it's the thing. You'll know. I'll point it out when we get there. Can we go get mint chocolate chip ice cream? No, we have to first go and traumatize Gregor. Huh? What was the point of putting me through all that fighting then? Virgilia stepped in at the sight of my rattling head and agitated gestures.
진정하시죠, 단테. 걸음마도 떼지 못한 아이에게 달리기를 시킬 순 없지 않겠습니까? 걸어볼 기회가 있다면 직접 걷고 나서.
Thank you for the head pats.
단테, 당신은 관리자. 저들의 관리를 하는 게 업무입니다.
This is very important for later.
나는 길잡이. 어디를 가고 어떻게 개척할지는 내가 판단합니다.
Virgilius, buddy.
알겠습니까?
Pat. He's a great guy. Yeah. No, I was saying Dante. It's D-E-N-T-E-H. Te. I can't wait for Dante to say, wait, I'm Limbus, this is my company. Yeah, I made that joke already, Nacho. That joke was already made. I said, Dante. The end game, oh wait, I'm Limbus, and this is once again my company. And then, this is the final boss fight. We have to fight Dante when he has fully developed his ego. It'll be wonderful. Emerald, were you here for Piss Faust? I was talking about Piss Faust. Put away the scary eyes. You're a big softie, I know it. Boop. How am I supposed to not question a stranger who can't even hear me? So true, Dante, so true. I wasn't gonna talk about it again, by the way. I was just wondering if you'd heard it or not.
잭거리긴 하는데 뭐라고 하는 거지, 파우스트 씨?
별말 없었습니다.
Thanks, Faust.
긍정을 성대하기도 하는군. 앞으로는 고개만 끄덕여도 좋습니다, 단테.
Oh, Faust.
그럼 매피, 출발하자. 야호.
야호.
결혼 기분이 어때?
This makes so much more sense once you read Leviathan. All of this makes so much more sense.
매우 신나. 날아갈 것 같습니다, 카론.
좋아.
It's not anywhere here. Insert Leviathan motif. I'll have to read. It's so good. It's so good. Leviathan is so good. It's so depressing that the mangaka had to stop writing it after the first like 9 chapters, or drawing it for the first 9 chapters because of health reasons. I want to see that final fight, but in manga.
베르길리우스, 그가 목적지를 묻습니다.
말했던 것 같습니다만, 단테.
But just where are we going? With his sigh, the bus shuddered and started to rumble forward. Yes, we get to see the thing. I was hoping we get to see this.
부릉부릉.
지옥으로 출발하지.
Sorry, I was hoping we get to see this. I love this animation. There he is. There's the French guy. He's right there in the middle. He's despised. Followed inside. The Let's Live It Limit version is just so much better, in my opinion. Chapter 2. Holy peak is peak. There's so much stuff. The song playing when you get asked down to 22 megabytes of data every single time. There's so much stuff in that first thing that I didn't notice the first time. It literally shows you the first 3 chapters of the game. That just showed you the first 3 chapters of the game. Basically, it shows you face the sin, save the ego. It shows you Gregor. Like, okay, these right here. These, you see these circles right there? Those are important. Please remember those. Ta-da! Okay, we are done with that one. Don't look at all that. Ta-da! We are done. By the way, if you're wondering, this is how we're doing right now. 60s all around. Woohoo! Vroom vroom. So pretty. Ugh. Wait, is this your first time playing? No. No, this is not. This is not. You have my Don Quixote. This Don Quixote is great. I love her. I don't have any tickets to level her up, though. Damn. Sorry. Got baited. I mean, you all can experience peak with me. I just know it's peak. Don't mind me. I just know that it's peak. Also, don't mind me. Just... I'm gonna forget to do this if I don't do it now. Wild Ferguson's in 2 days. Well, yeah, but I still have to do my mirror dungeon. I haven't done my I still haven't done my mirror dungeon. Hope you got your rolls ready. Psh! Ha! No. I got this, and then I've got one set of tickets, and that's it. You don't understand, Emerald. Walpurgis comes around once in a while, and on the Walpurgis banner, you can pull almost any Walpurgis identity. So you can even pull the bad ones. You can even pull the bad ones. Oh. I was trying to see if we can see. But you also pull the good ones, like this one. She counts. She's count positive. Fair enough. I don't know too much about the actual meta of this game. Okay, this is the team. This is the team I use to beat. This is the team I use to beat the game. Or to beat the most recent Kanto, and that's it. Luckily enough, after this first one, there's a lot of fights that come up later, so we can actually we'll get through most of this pretty quick.
베르, 앞에 장애물이 있어. 부릉부릉 해도 돼.
Vroom 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 vroom. Chatter, what finally got me to open my eyes? In the other games, they were not Cantos. No. And Lobotomy Corp, there it was just 50 days. You had to go through 50 days. Technically 54 days, but 50 days worth of no, it was actually just 50 days. You had to go through 50 days of stuff, and you had to calm Clive off meltdowns. And in Library of Ruin, there was invitations that you had to do. After all, nothing beats blocking out your sight when you want to keep boredom at bay. Not that there was much else to do on a bus whose destination was unknown to me. My lack of head and memory certainly didn't help either.
그래, 계속 지나가자고.
응, 덜컹덜컹. 비싼 세정제야. 베르가 큰맘 먹었다고 그랬어.
I love you, Charon. Cantos are specifically because that's what the chapters in Dante's Inferno are called, by the way. In Dante's Inferno, all the chapters are called Dante's, yeah, are called cantos. Oh, I should be reading this. Oops. The clumps stuck to the window gently dissolved, letting light through. Most of the people seated on the bus, sinners, fixed their gaze ahead with varied expressions in their eyes. It felt like a pretty gruesome scene, but based on the others' reactions, maybe this kind of violence is to be expected in the city. Hey, it felt rather awkward to try to get another shut-eye again now that I was wide awake. Just then, a man with conspicuously overgrown stubble drew my attention. But, I mean, glasses. Do you know where we're going right now? A feature far more conspicuous than his stubble made me slip.
방금 벌레 양반이라고 부르려고 했지?
We love you, Gregor.
다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 그레고르요.
He's a pupa going through some metamorphosis.
당신이 시계 대가리가 아니라 단테라고 불리듯이.
Clock face. I couldn't find an excuse, so I just gave back a light nod.
어이, 기사 양반. 우리 지금 어디로 가는 거야?
다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 카론이요. 당신이 벌레 양반이 아니라 그레고르라고 불리듯이.
Maybe he'll become a beautiful butterfly. Well, you'll see. We'll see. It's gonna take a bit till we get there, but we'll see. We probably won't do it today. We're gonna be doing it over quite a few streams. She got you there, Gregor.
본전도 못 건졌네.
Man, these early interactions are so different than where we get to.
베르가 수감자들은 사구로 간다.
District 4.
사구! 방금 사구라고 말했는가?
Hi, Don Quixote.
그곳은 연두낭자의 출신지로 유명하지. 영웅의 발자취는 그때부터 시작되었다네. 바야흐로.
I'm gonna start crying. I'm gonna look at this. I'm about to start crying looking at Don Quixote. Oh.
입 다물고 조용히 좀 가지.
나는 아까까지 입을 다물고 있었네만.
말 대답하지 말라고.
이봐요. 본인이 더 시끄럽다는 건 알아요?
죽어도 살아난다고 해서 아프지 않은 건 아니야. 한 번만 더 주둥이 놀려봐.
I'm trying to remember if there's any fights outside of Gregor's dungeon that are worth playing. Does Gregor have any like actual like interesting fights in his chapter? I know Sinclair has a couple, if I remember correctly.
옳은 말을 했는데도 돌아오는 게 폭력이라니. 수준 알만하네요.
For a moment, I found myself contemplating. Should I step in? Is this part where I exercise my authority as the manager with dignity and grace? A faint memory urges me to do something. Now, guys, it's inadvisable to lose your... By the way, She cut them with her scabbard, not the sword. She doesn't ever draw the sword. This is an important detail to remember.
모가지를 분질러야 조용해지지. 도야지 같은 새끼들.
이유 없는 폭력은 용서받을 수 없다네. 그대는 내가 응징하지.
Why does she look? It's important. It actually is very important to remember that she does not draw that sword. The scabbard is as sharp as a sword, though. It is insanely sharp. Well, dang. Just remember this. Important things.
아, 이럴 줄 알았어. 옷에 피가 튀었잖아. 저기, 꼭 내 옆에서 싸워야겠어?
This old art style is so funny compared to what they do after, because like I said, they changed the art style because the original artist apparently got bullied by the community or something like that. Not Limbus community's finest moment, apparently. This is just crazy. We haven't even reached our destination. 3 people are dead already, and all because of some infighting too.
이거 잠깐 한 놈이라도 팔려고 하면 사고를 치는군. 넷, 이번 달 버스 청소다.
I'm pretty sure one of them is dead. Yeah. Apparently a lot of people did like this style, but like, I don't remember what the argument was. I don't remember what caused it, but apparently the person who did it left.
어째서 본인은 정의를 구현했을 뿐인 것을.
Shut up. Thanks, Don Quixote.
잠깐, 내 옷 빨래도 포함시켜줘. 피는 와인이랑은 다르게 잘 안 빠진단 말이야. 비싼 건데.
Aren't you all wearing the same clothes? No one bats an eye at the lifeless janitors to be littering the floor. Maybe they're already taking their unlimited revivals for granted. Problem is, I don't even know how exactly I'm supposed to bring them back.
단테, 시계를 돌려주시겠습니까?
Turn the clock?
그런 모양새면 어리둥절한 표정이라는 건가?
Thanks, Virgilius.
기억해두죠.
We love Virgilius here.
파우스트 씨.
Virgilius gives Faust a tired nod and gestures to me. She let out a small sigh, but still came to my seat, probably out of sense of obligation.
처음 만났던 날에도 당신이 했던 일을 말하는 거예요, 단테. 그때는 본능으로 해냈던 거겠지만.
Never forget that Dante has to feel all the pain that all the sinners receive to regenerate them.
자, 다시 해보죠. 눈을 감으세요.
And see the star. Though I have no eyes to close, blocking out my sight is something I've done. I had no reason not to follow Faust's instructions here.
사실 문은 어디에나 있어요. 그러나 당신에게만 보이죠. 왜냐하면 당신의 하늘에.
What does this mean? Oh no! There are constant quotes on the top from Dante where he says stuff like, "Hey guys, can you try not to take too much damage? I mean, I'm just worried for your safety." My man is suffering. At that, I felt a sliver of light easing into my sight. I let it come to me the same way I'd open my eyes. And then an expanse of space laid itself out ahead. There, I was alone, with a massive door that stood before me. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Waves of suffocating heat and cries of agony escaped through the gap. My mind almost blacks out at the sound of the incessant lamentations and wailing. However, I find myself approaching the door still, grasping at its handles as if the most natural thing to do. Despite appearing rather ponderous, the door opens without much resistance. I run my hand along the inside of the door. Thousands upon thousands of cacophonies, wailings lie within. Reaching further inside, I grab a few outstretched hands. I can feel the histories of different sins, each bearing a brand of its own, crawling along my hand and up my arm.
고통을 나눌 준비가 되었나요?
Could that have been a question, or rather, a pressure to comply? With all my strength, I yank out the sinners clinging to the hand from the door. A terrible pain spreads through my neck and head. A torture so unbearable I'd have to take in death over it and refuse to let up. The sensation of bones and muscles twisting and tangling with each other goes on for what feels like an eternity. My untrained legs buckle under the unbearable pain. I drop to my knees onto the pool of blood. And then I see it. The vibrating surface of the red viscous liquid bubbling and spattering at the pain as the pain grows even worse. Soon the blood soaking the ground coagulated and fused into 3 separate masses. Then the pain that seemed to go on forever disappeared just like that. It's all important. And the lumps of blood rose into the air and flew off. The terrible red haze cleared my vision, and I was once again returned to the rumbling bus.
목이 베어졌다가 붙어버린 신경은 어떻지?
Mind you, so we're technically breaking a huge taboo, by the way. Somehow we're allowed to do it, but we're breaking a taboo because the taboo is if your brain is destroyed, you cannot revive that person. That is a major taboo. That's why K-Corp's modules cannot bring back ampules cannot bring back anyone who's had their head destroyed, as you have probably been told. As soon as the Heathcliff comes to, he rubs his neck, hisses out a few curses, and stomps towards Ryoshu. Hold on, I just brought you back, and you're going to straight into another fight? Heathcliff wisps around to glare at me, eyes blinded with fury.
어차피 살리는 게 되게 할 일 아닌가? 할 수 있으면 그 가짜는 시계대가리째로 부수기 전에 저리 짜져 있어.
Oh, Heathcliff.
잠깐만요. 단테 씨가 괴로워하시는 것 같은데
Oh,
이쯤에서
this is why he's my boy. He cares about me. I love that man. Heathcliff does not wait for Sinclair to finish his speech and slams his steel bat into the young man's skull. I love that boy. Sinclair's my boy. I said Heathcliff, didn't I? Bus full of Sinclair's choking unintelligible gurgles as he lay dying.
시계대가리, 다음번엔 널 으깰 거야.
Shut up, Heathcliff.
알아들었지?
That's my son. I love my boy.
정말 생긴 대로라더니 천박하게도 구네요.
It's so weird.
한번 죽어 사는 만족을 못 하나?
Heathcliff tightens his grip on the bat while Ishmael readies to swing her mace. I don't know why Ishmael uses a mace, by the way. Like Heathcliff having a bat makes sense to me. Sinclair having a halberd because halberds are associated with like German crusades, and he's German, and we'll get to the crusade part later. But like the reason she has a mace, I have no idea. How did I end up managing a bunch of people who stay the same rec set even after literally coming back from death? As my mind wandered, a sinister chill swept in and froze the tension in the bus into total silence.
이거 아무래도 제대로 교정해둬야겠어.
The sinners, who had been seconds away from jumping each other's throats, came to an immediate standstill as a pair of red eyes raked over them with a freezing, merciless gaze.
첫 번째 규칙. 버스 안에서는 무기 부딪히는 소리가 들리지 아니한다. 이 순간 이후로 이 규칙이 깨어지면 너희는 내게 제발 죽여달라고 애원하게 될 거야.
He's a big softie. Don't let him lie to you. He's a big softie.
난 충분히 그럴 수 있는 사람이야. 알지?
Sinclair's death throes were the only sound that broke the silence. Heathcliff glowered at Virgilius, but didn't dare argue back.
단테, 미안하게 됐습니다. 시계를 한
Are you sure?
번만 얻어주시죠.
He is, I promise. Again? I quickly shook my head. There was no way I was putting myself through that again. It hurt so much that death seemed downright merciful. The ghost of a smile on Virgilius' face evaporates as his expression hardens.
내가 아직 사과와 부탁을 하고 있을 때 문을 여는 게 좋을 텐데. 관리자 단테.
I am very sure that he's a big softie.
아, 단지 아픔이 두려운 거라면, 그래서 고개를 젓는 거라면 기꺼이 도와드리겠습니다. 그 정도의 고통에는 눈 하나 깜빡 안 하게 말이죠. 그럼 견딜 수 있지 않겠습니까?
내가 잘못 들은 건가? 관리자님이 분명 거부 의사를 내비쳤던 것 같은데.
Otis, you're about to get your head cut off, and I'm gonna have to like bring back another person from the dead.
당신 끼어드는 박자가 잘못됐군.
입사할 때 나의 상관은 네가 아니라 관리자님이라고 분명히 들었다.
Well, I mean, so I'm your superior, then he's like my superior, so like he's your superior. No, we don't thank Otis. I won't thank Otis until I figure out why she glazes us so hard.
관리자께서 고개를 저었다면 의미는 충분히 전달되었다고 보는데.
그래, 보좌관께서 나서시겠단 말인가? 그렇다면 보좌관께도 충분한 의미를 전달해.
What is it? Transitive property? Yeah, it is indeed transitive property. Your superior, my superior is your superior. Therefore, if the mistress ever shows up, you all need to like act right, please, or I get things happen. It's bad. Virgilia's eyes turn a deeper shade of red, sharpening that bone cold stare. I don't really know what I'm meant to do as the manager, if I even deserve to take this role, but I felt that I should at least stop things from spiraling to an even bigger mess. Bringing back one sinner should hurt less than reviving all 12 at once. Otis, I'll rewind the clock. It's okay. Virgilius caught me frantically gesturing for Otis to stand down, and the red gleam in his eyes faded.
잘 생각하셨군.
관리자께서 그러시겠다면.
Otis looked like she had more to say, but quickly backed off and snapped into attention. The red door greeted me again, bringing with it the sickening sensation of my bones and muscles churning and torting against one another. I decided to stop describing the pain to myself going forward. It's not the sort of torture I could ever put a name on anyway.
고맙습니다.
Sinclair stood up with a pained moan and bowed in appreciation before tottering back to his seat. We love you, Sinclair. I love you, boy. That's my boy, Blue. I love Sinclair so much. Yes, the same rewards we get now we will get in the future as well. She's very manipulative. You'll learn that in due time. She's so happy.
저기 질문이 있네.
Don Quixote suddenly raised her hand.
첫 번째 규칙은 이해했다네. 그럼 두 번째는 무엇인가?
Thanks, Don Quixote.
아이 그걸 왜 굳이 나서서 물어보는 거야?
I do not trust Otis at all. I don't know. I don't think she's gonna betray us, but she's really good at her job, whatever it is, and I'm very concerned about her. Virgilius shot a cold stare at Ryoshu, who had just lit a cigarette. She returned the look with an unreadable expression on her face.
두 번째 규칙. 버스 바닥에 담배 꽁초 버리지 마.
This is such a silly rule. The bus falls silent again.
잠깐. 버스에 정적이 흐르면 안 되지. 캐론, 왜 속도를 안 내는 거지?
답이 없어. 메피가 배고파해.
You know, honestly, the one more surprising. Yeah, it's not no smoking. Just don't leave your cigarette butts around. They leave burn marks. By the way, one of the most surprising thing is I didn't realize this until I read something earlier on Reddit, because I was trying to find shortened summaries of Lobotomy Corp and Ruina, and I my favorite shortened summary is a woman who likes books gets really mad at the world. It's a pretty good apt summary of Library of Ruina. But we don't really murder random people to feed them to Mephi anymore. It's not like that happens like so much in the first like 2 or 3 chapters, and we don't do it anymore. It just doesn't happen. Like, just stopped at some point.
잘 됐군. 분위기를 좀 환기시키지.
Could he be suggesting a fuel stop? The idea of Virgilius casually plugging a fuel nozzle into the bus like some normal person at a pump felt strangely out of place.
차가 움직이려면 연료가 필요하지. 캐론, 헤드라이트를 깜빡거려봐. 무대 조명처럼.
응, 댄스 타임이야.
Dancing time.
잠깐. 헤드라이트까지 켜면 습격받기 딱 좋은
Yeah,
상황이잖아요.
like you said, we need fuel.
그걸 노린 거군.
Mersault, Emerald, I'll let you in on a little inside joke for Mersault. Everything in this game could easily be solved if Dante just told Mersault to solve the problem. It's that simple. You'll get that later when we get to it. You hear someone pounding against the bus's steel plating outside.
에이, 가진 거 다 놓고 내려. 30초 준다. 10, 9.
That's not how you count. Welcome back, Naka. Thank you for the head pads.
이봐, 20이 빠졌잖아. 그럼 20초 동안은 기도나 하고 있어라.
왜 이렇게 주변에 모자란 사람들이 많은 건지.
뭐라고 했냐?
비겁하게 습격을 하다니 틀림없는 악인들이로군.
자, 다들 내려. 그리고 말이야, 최대한 죽지 않을 만큼만 해줘. 알지?
Oh, this game has been really nice. I've been able to rest my voice so much. Yeah. Same thought. We literally had the same thought. I was like, oh, it's so nice. I can just like listen to them talk, and we can just talk about what they're saying. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. I don't know about you all. Also, the voice acting is like peak. Like, voice acting is so good. Well, you'll hear. Well, I'm going to voice Dante because Dante just ticks and talks and ticks. Hydrate. Cheers. I'm almost out of my drink. Actually, I have like one, maybe 2 sips left. Deep guttural rumble erupts as the side of the bus heaves and splits open. A number of human-shaped littered the ground before the bus's gaping maw. Some still conscious, others no longer in one piece. The maw then stretched out wide and, for lack of a better word, started chewing through the bodies. Every bite came fast and voracious. Ryoshi took in the spectacle with clear satisfaction, as though determined to savor every moment of it. One piece! Well, off to the side, Sinclair looked visibly shaken.
다들 제정신이 아닌 것 같아요. 그렇지 않아요?
Sinclair, I'm pretty sure you're racist against me. By the way, I love Sinclair's early portraits. I love this, like, I don't know what's going on underneath his eyes here. I think it's meant to be eye bags, but they look so pretty. The way he reacted made me wonder what history the sinners carried. Just to make sure, none of you were forced to join, right? Whatever happened before my head got replaced with a clock is a complete mystery, but as far as I can tell, I was basically forced into the company. And maybe they're not so different from me, or so I thought, until Sinclair bowed his head as if I'd hit a raw nerve.
그래요. 맞아요. 이건 제 선택이죠.
We love you, Sinclair.
전부 익숙해질 거야.
He is muttering under his breath like he wasn't talking to me at all.
입사하지 않았어도 했을 일이요. 저기 또 악의 무리가 달려드네.
Such a good boy. Every skill consists of at least 1 coin. Enkephalon. Enkephalon, which is the name of the energy source in the game.
밥을 먹은 지가 언제더라. 기계 덩어리 팔자가 더 낫네.
제공되는 식사는 모두 정량이에요.
그 정도 먹어서는 기운이 안 난단 말이야.
Shut up, Rodian. I thought I heard Heathcliff shouting, "You think I'm doing this on a full stomach?" in the distance, but Rhodia seemed to pretend she heard nothing. Speaking of, does this bus run on stuff like blood or protein?
엔케팔린이에요. 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 추출했던 에너지죠.
So, like I mentioned earlier, Lobotomy Corp was a legitimate corporation that worked as a wing in the city. They produced enkephalon by torturing, controlling, maintaining things called abnormalities. So,
이전 엘사 말이군요. 특이점으로 에너지를 생산하는 회사라고 들었어요. 엘사가 몰락한 지금은 잔해밖에 남지 않았지만.
I wonder who produces energy now. Like, this never really comes up, I don't think.
맞아요. 그래서 지금은 구하기가 꽤 힘들어요. 하지만 메피스토펠레스는 신체에서 엔케팔린을 강제로 추출할 수 있어요.
Thinking emoji. Wait. Why would human bodies have enkephalin in them? Huh, I wonder what abnormalities used to be. The body? I could not help but fixate on the word as I looked back and forth between the chewing maw of the bus and Otis, who was barking orders at the other sinners.
엔케팔린은 뇌와 척수신경에서 추출돼요.
If you don't feel like going back and watching the Lobo Corp playthrough,
효율이 좋죠.
abnormalities were humans that were injected with cogito from the well that Carmen was living in. So that's ta-da. Yes, and Confound can only be extracted from. So that's why Virgilius told the sinners not to kill the assailants. Okay, then.
그럼 해당 부위만 먹여도 되는 거 아니야? 라기엔 피와 근육도 연료로 쓰일 수 있어요. 엔케팔린이 시동과 추력을 위해서 필요하다면 나머지 생체 물질은 순항할 때 사용되죠. 엔케팔린이 되도록 천천히 소모되게 하기 위한 설계죠.
Don't worry, we'll be dancing a lot later. Don't worry. Faust went on to explain how most of the vehicle's fuel is taken from the branch facilities and that harvesting enkephalin from human bodies won't be sufficient in the long run. Most of it went straight over my head, though. Well, that's complicated, but I get that you're in for some tough work.
뭘요? 파우스트는 고생하지 않는답니다.
No work is tough for Faust. Faust talks about Faust in the third person because Faust is Faust.
고생은 우리가 하고 있지. 이봐, 관리자 양반 또 온다고.
Again, a lot of these early chapters, it's just like fight after fight after fight after fight that don't really need fights. Yuri, everyone's favorite thing here. We all love Yuri.
어이, 적당히 끝내라. 곧 손님이 방문할 거야.
Virgilius said, poking his head out the window. Guest? Who? Well, Gregor's been through some stuff. We'll get into that in a little bit.
처음으로 가는 던전이니까 길잡이가 필요할 것 같아서요.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
Yuri, we love Yuri. She's a grade 8 fixer. Gregor's not a security guard. He's not. He's a veteran. Someone approached us with apparent hesitation.
맞나 보네요.
The bus had just finished its meal and was crunching down on the last bits of bone. Yuri watched it indifferently before introducing herself.
예전 엘사에서 근무했던 유리예요. 잘 부탁합니다.
Previous L Corp, you mean?
로보토미 코퍼레이션이겠군.
Yeah, Gregor's German.
네, 우리는 로보토미 코퍼레이션 구 엘사의 옛 지부들로 향합니다.
I mentioned it earlier, but so Rodian's axe has everyone's like weapons have words written on them. Rodian's axe has the word has a word in Russian written on it. That word means split, which is very apt because that's what axes do.
저라면 불러도 절대 안 왔을 것 같은데. 추락한 날개라니. 분명 끝이 좋지 않았을 텐데요.
무슨 소리야? 날개고 뭐고 돈만 함께라면 뭐든 유쾌한 기억이
So
된다고.
true.
거기는 아직도 괴물로 득실된다는 소문이 있던데.
괴물이 아니라 환상체요. 어쨌든 사실이에요. 하지만 더 중요한 것들이 있죠. 지부 가장 깊숙한 곳에 최근에 피어나기 시작한 A사의 기술의 핵심 정수가 존재해요.
단테, 며칠 전에 내가 제안했던 걸 기억합니까?
I don't know what that means, Virgilius.
정수, 황금가지를 모아온다면 그 정도는 어려운 일도 아니게 될 겁니다.
Hearing the word aspect still makes my head ache. What exactly was I trying to do? I want you to know, we still don't know what Dante was trying to do at the beginning of the game.
억지로 떠올리려고 할 필요는 없습니다. 그때가 되면 전부 알게 될 테니까요.
Thanks, Faust. I return to a slow nod to Faust's placid advice. All right, for now, I should focus on what my present self is able to process. And if it's lobotomy corp we're scouring, we might come across some enkephalin too.
아, 그러면 더 이상 사람들을 갈아 넣지 않아도 되겠네요.
거기다가 운이 좋으면 에고까지 얻을 테니.
No, we already have ego. Ego? That's another unknown term that makes me tilt my head. But in the case, it seemed rather rude to keep talking to each other when we had a guest on board. And apparently I wasn't the only one who thought so.
유리 씨는 무슨 일 하며 지냈나?
Ah, Gregor. Gregor flashed what looked like his best attempt at a kind smile at our new passenger, hoping to strike up a conversation. The corner of his eyes twitched from forcing a facial expression he obviously wasn't used to, but I pretended not to notice.
내가 보아하니 그대는 해결사일 것 같소.
It's Germans too.
그들에게서는 모두 고결한 영웅의 냄새가 난다고 하더군.
No. Here's what I mean. As Yuri gave a slight nod, I heard Ishmael release a deep sigh.
어디서 그런 소식을 들었는지 모르겠지만 해결사는 그런 영웅들이 아니에요. 초라한 봉급자의 부질없는 냄새라면.
Gregor's great though. I do love Gregor in lots of aspects. Gregor is probably in my top 8 sinners. Sinclair number 1. I actually did a list recently after the most recent Canto. One second. Let me go find the list of my top my top sinners. Did tier list without chat? Someone I was talking to wanted me to tell them my top sinners after I finished the most recent Canto. My top sinners right now are Sinclair, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, Yi Song, Heathcliff, Dante, Gregor, Mersault, Faust, Honglu, Ishmael, Rodian, and Otis, in that order. We can do a tier list after we catch up, all right? And I'll explain everything then.
금세 다른 밥벌이 찾는 게 쉽진 않았을 텐데 용케 해냈군.
아직은 계약직이에요.
아하, 굳이 다시 이곳으로 기어들어온 이유도 그거였겠네요. 예전 직장으로 돌아가서 크게 한탕이라도 치면 팀장 자리라도 주겠대요?
Yeah. I want you to know, Rhodia gets better, but like not by much. And Ishmael, when we finish her Canto, you'll see why I put her where she is. Like,
실적을 세우면 계약 기간은 늘어날지도 모르죠.
그렇지. 보통 계약직 시절은 실적 한에 목숨을 걸어야 할 때니까.
아, 그거 참 부질없는 목숨이네요.
어이, 아까부터 왜 이렇게 비꼬는 거야? 뭐가 그렇게 마음에 안 들어?
글쎄요, 처음부터 끝까지 마음에 안 드는 거 천지라.
Seemingly unaffected by their abrasive attitude, Yuri quietly took an empty seat. Glancing between the two of them, Gregor returned to his seat as well, scratching his head. I don't think I'll ever get used to being around these people.
빨리 배어드는 편이 편할 겁니다, 단테. 그럼 출발하지.
Hi, Nico.
자리에 앉았다.
Nico, let's go bowling.
매피배 빵빵.
How are you?
카론도 빵빵.
I am fairly fine. Vroom vroom. Map. It's time for the map. The map. How many do we have? I see 11 ones in total.
저 근데 지도는 제게 있는데요. 길은 어떻게 알고 가는 건가요?
Thank you for the head pats. Good job. As to not spoil, I'm assuming your favorite boss is in. You mean your favorite boss in Limbus? I try to keep hush hush. We'll get there when we get there. No answers were returned, but the bus keeps speeding anyway.
그건 말이지.
By using
감이지. 카룬의 감.
the abnormality. By the way, Limbus Company is a very serious game with very serious themes and motives in it.
네? 분홍머리. 카룬 앞을 이상한 종이로 막는 이유가 뭐야? 계속 이상한 방향으로 가니까 그렇죠. 이 지도를 보세요. 우리가 가는 쪽은 남동쪽 방향인데.
Karen reluctantly gives the map a cursory glance as she couldn't continue to ignore it when it was shoved right in her face.
마음이 향하는 곳, 그곳에 진짜 길이 있을지니.
Thanks, Karen.
옳소. 우리는 모두 마음이 향하는 곳으로 나아가야만 하네.
Drifting Fox? Fox is interesting.
그냥 지도 보는 법도 모르는 길치라는 거잖아요.
제가 하고 싶은 말을 대신 해주실 줄이야.
Yuri and Ishmael put a palm over their respective faces at the same time, almost like they were in sync.
오, 우리 기사님 친구라도 생겼나 봐.
Wonderful.
분홍머리가 계속 제잘거려. 난 길을 알고 있단 말이야. 아니 그러니까 방향이 잘못.
We're fine.
앞에 또 장애물이야. 부릉부릉 할까?
아니 카론, 기다려봐.
어이, 보스가 근사해 보이는데 나도 좀 타보자.
No, okay, Naka, that's actually just the Naka, that's basically actually literally the way driving with Chiron works. 12-hour one trip to McDonald's, 12-hour adventure.
메피스토 팰레스의 후식 시간인 모양이군.
Again, there's no reason for this fight to exist here.
아직 밥을 더 먹여야겠어.
They really just wanted you to do more fights. They were like, here, do you enjoy the combat? Please keep doing fights. Are we there yet? Let's see. We've got 11 in here, and I think like how many in there? 19 in here, and then we've got like 20 here, and then like 40 here, and then more here, and then more here, and then more here, and then more here. We got a bit. It's gonna be a bit, Naka. Then more here. Yeah.
카론, 이쪽이 동쪽일까요? 서쪽일까요? 카론은 두 가지 방향만 알아. 메피의 앞쪽과 뒤. 지금까지 방향도 모르는 사람이 어떻게 운전기사를 했대요?
Because Chiron's Chiron.
카론. 그러니까요. 해가 뜨는 쪽이.
The driver's seat, 3 heads gathered together over a map. Well, one of them might have been a slightly different elevation from the others.
꼬맹이, 너도 저기 끼어 있어야 하는 거 아니야?
무례한 소리! 난 어린이가 아니라네! 꼬맹이는 더더욱 아니고!
Watching Don Quixote shake her fist sky high at Rogia, I noticed a bitter gaze falling upon them out of the corner of my view. I'm starting to think that Yuri might have put up with a rough childhood. Gregor cast a glance towards me, shook his head, and went back to watching the driver's side with his chin propped on his hand.
그렇게 어린 편도 아니야. 일단 칼을 줄 수 있으면 전쟁에 참전부터 시키는 둥지도 있었으니까.
nests. They explained what a nest. That nest is basically the center of a district. If my memory is correct. Huh. So like nests used to get into wars with one another in the past. Did that happen often?
아주 없는 일은 아니었지. 관리자 양반, 전쟁에 대해 궁금한 게 많나 봐.
Oh, I'm not really curious about the details. Just gathering info. I should know as the manager. Just as I went to speak again, a sideways glimpse of the look on Gregor's face made me pause. He had this faraway look in his eyes, as though he was staring past the driver's seat.
그런 자세를 뭐라고 하고 싶은 건 아니야, 관리자 양반. 오히려 좋은 자세 아닐까? 상관의 귀감아닐까 싶은데.
He slowly continued, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket.
그래도 개인적으로는 모를 수 있을 때 모르는 게 기회일지도 모른다고 생각해. 일단 알게 되면 다시는 모를 수 없게 될 테니까.
Without another word, he lit his cigarette.
아니요. 방금 저쪽에서 우회전을 했어야죠.
I love this face.
괜찮아요, 카론.
I can't wait to. Man, Yuri's such a great character. I love her.
기사의 삶은 고단해.
뭐 지금 더 급한 건 목적지로 가는 길을 아는 것 같네.
That's fine. Gregor chuckled, each snorting sending a puff out from his smoke-filled mouth. I was so curious to learn what he'd been through, but he's right that I should focus on other things for now. Because as if on cue, an urgent matter presented itself right before our eyes, or rather, right at the doorstep of our bus.
옥신각신은 그쯤 해라. 전방에 다시 적이다.
친구들의 버스에 전화타니 미친 새끼들 가만 안 둔다. 버스만 가지려고 했는데 너네도 전부 죽인다.
베르, 연료들이 시끄러워. 카론, 2명 이상 시끄러우면 어지러워.
걱정할 필요 없다, 카론. 이제부터 조용해져.
Run, mob character, run! It's not safe.
전원 하차.
All right, you know what's gonna be? You know what? We'll do one of these fights real quick. Because I don't think it'll make us watch the cutscene if I do the fight. I don't even know who to bring. Let's just bring.
집 일인가요?
작전 시작이군.
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
Let's just bring these characters. I don't know if it'll make us watch the cutscene again. If it does, we can just skip it. No, it doesn't. So, this is what the combat looks like. This is called a chain battle. It's called that because you use a chain to command your characters. We're about to destroy these guys because we're level 60 and they are approximately level 3. I didn't feel like bringing characters that were of the correct level. So, so fun fact. Oh, I forgot that they actually have bug-armed people in this. Fun fact, for every one level you are above the opponent, you approximately get, or for every 3 levels you get 1 offensive level up. An offensive level is those 2 numbers you see right there, 24 over 32. That's the offensive level. It's very high because, or no, wait, excuse me, that's the clash power. Offensive level is the little sword level you see underneath the 4+3. Yeah, so for every levels you are above a character, you get a certain amount of offensive level up, and for every 3 offensive level you get 1 clash power. That's how that works. Which is why you see me hitting for 38s and stuff like right now, because we're so far ahead of the enemy. It's just not even funny. And that's basically the combat. Once we get to actual things, you'll be able to see stuff happen. And I could probably just like stop, do a excavation real quick and level some characters if I really wanted to. Let's see, we only need 5 characters, right? If we only need 5 characters.
벌써 죽어버리니 아쉽네요.
Yay, food for the bus.
나오는 주인공이랑 똑같아서 잡지 인터뷰나 방송에서 언급한 기술은 전부 보고 싶었거든요.
I'm gonna skip this because this is actually spoilers for the newest Kanto. They exist inside these because these are characters from the newest Kanto. There's a house of spiders. There is indeed a house of spiders. It is where the spider's thread comes from. It's the newest Kanto. Don't think about it too much. All right. You will literally spoil yourself. Look, it's Girl Failure Faust. That was the Ishmael look. I mean, yeah. This one, yeah, she's really cool. I should bring Ncorp Sinclair. Do I have any other Ncorp characters? I'm trying to think. Ncorp Dawn. There's a house in Limbus Company. They call the House of Spiders.
마음을 정리하고 싶을 때
Hydrate. Oh wait, oh no, I didn't want to. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, the game's forcing me to learn about focus battles. Oh no, I made a mistake. Cheers. I was trying to learn how to use ego. Ego are unique to sinners. Let's choose Heathcliff. Every egos cost sanity. So every time you use ego, they cost you sanity. Sanity is this number right here. The more sanity you have, the more likely you are to roll heads. They also cost ego resources. You get ego resources by activating skills. This is where you see your ego resources. They also affect your passives. I wonder if it's going to spoil anything. Chain by using skills. You get enough ego resources. Man, I haven't seen base. Wait, 1 second. Press the win rate button to choose their base. Base. Okay, no, it probably won't spoil anything. This enemy is about to launch a powerful attack against Senior Heathcliff, and it's likely he will. It's unlikely he will win this clash. This is the good time when to use egos. You should use egos when you don't think you can win clashes just with your base skills. Base egos hit pretty high. Sinclair's base ego is really good for that, actually. Yep. Now press battle. Assume when the moment the ego skill begins attack. Be warned, letting a sinner's SP drop to low may cause them to panic or become corroded by their ego. You cannot be corroded by your base egos. If you replace your Zayn ego with another thing, you can be corroded. But if you are using a sinner who wants to get low sanity, make sure to equip nothing but their base ego, because they will get corroded and then kill all your friends. Oh no! Hey, yeah, let's go, chat. It didn't spoil anything by saying something stupid. Yep, right. Threat spin lets you have better passives. If I couldn't crow, yeah, you can't crow with base egos. I'm not. There's no reason for me to use Heathcliff's ego here.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
좋진 낙엽하오.
아름답진 않네.
Oh, re. I went to watch the video for that. I ended up wasting energy doing the fight. Oops.
깔끔한 전투였어요. 적의 모든 급소를 파악했거든요.
Story. We did get 8 tickets out of it, so we'll be able to upgrade people later. Story though.
그래.
응? 무슨 이 뒷골목에 내가 아는 얼굴이 있으니.
Don't worry, Gregor. She's just being racist. Gregor's face stiffens the moment he looks out the window. Bugheads, like the other enemies we'd run into, they were part insectoid.
단테, 머리가 시계라서 다행이야. 저런 거였으면 쳐다볼 때마다 헛구역질했을 것 같아.
저거 그레고르 씨랑 같은 강화 시술 아니에요?
저런 징그러운 벌레 대가리를 일부러 붙여놓는다고?
She does. She thinks all bug people know each other.
가까이 붙지 마. 너한테도 해충병 없는다.
정말이에요?
Sinclair, no.
장난이야. 내 개그 센스가 이상한 건가?
Gregor scratched the back of his head awkwardly as the bus made a dragging rumble and came to a deflating halt.
과거 쥐사에서는 대부분의 직원들이 그레고르 씨처럼 생체무기 시술을 받았어요.
Sometimes the apples were soft, sometimes they were supple.
그레고르 씨 예전 쥐사 출신이었어요? 그때 쥐사라면
Ishmael frowned as if she remembered something unpleasant, but didn't elaborate further. Gregor managed to smile, but his hardened features didn't relax in the slightest.
저런 분들은 평소엔 어디서 주무시는 건가요?
세상에는 하늘을 천장 삼고 별을 조명 삼아 사는 사람들도 많은 법이지.
I have to say, this first canto does a really good job of getting you into this is the city, this is how messed up the city is.
아, 풍류가 있는 분들이로군요.
Look at Cowron back there. I don't think that's what he meant.
보아하니 저들 역시 우리의 여정을 내려야 하지 않겠어? 그레고르.
굳이 날 찝어서 말하는 이유는?
글쎄, 남의 추억을 내 입으로 떠들고 싶진 않은 걸. 앞장서 그레고르. 이유는 네가 잘 알잖아.
고약한 사람이네. 당신.
A cluster of insect-headed soldiers were gathered close to the bus.
어디 앞장서는 거 별로 안 좋아하는데.
넌 뭐야? 왜 우리랑 같은 팔을 가지고 있지?
가만, 낯익은 얼굴인데.
주로 포스터나 잡지에 서식했던 적이 있지.
Gregor, do you know them from somewhere?
그런 게 중요한 건 아닌 것 같은데요, 관리자님. 옛날 이야기할 상황은 아니에요.
신경 쓰이긴 하지만 아무렴 어때? 어쨌든 이 앞으로 못 지나간다.
That's so. I suppose we can't talk this out.
그런데 이것들은 왜 대놓고 벌레 모습인 채로 다니는 거야? 어린애들은 마주치면 눈물부터 터뜨리겠어. 그렉처럼 티라도 덜 나면 좋잖아.
Jesus, Rodian.
내가 특이한 케이스야. 대부분은 머리통에 무조건 곤충 부분이 붙어버리거든. 이걸 운이 좋았다고 해야 할지는 모르겠지만.
이유는 모르겠지만 저 사람들 우리가 로보통의 집으로 향하는 걸 막으려는 것 같았어요.
Yeah, well.
이들도 황금 가죽.
Story must story.
그럴지 그 정수를 원하는 자는 널렸으니까 각각이 바라는 소망도 다양할 테고. 그렇지 않나?
I actually don't know what his canon height is.
날 쳐다봐. 내가 알 리가 없잖아.
Was that the same one? don't know if we actually moved forward. Oh yeah, that was the same one. Guides.
도착했다.
We're here.
역시 카로는 길을 알았던 거야. 역시는 무슨 역시예요. 저랑 싱클레어 씨가 양쪽에서 얼마나 고생했는데.
Yeah, just let it go.
그래도 이제 동남쪽과 동북쪽을 구분할 수 있어서 다행이에요, 카론.
Good job, Sinclair. So this is the old L Corp?
저도 직접 보는 건 처음이네요. 그 일이 있고 나서 시간이 오래 지나진 않았을 텐데요.
7 days, right?
세상에. 어떻게 건물이 이 모양일 수가 있죠?
Honglu. Just, it's okay, buddy. Don't hurt yourself.
부잣집 도련님한테는 익숙하지 못한 광경인가 보군.
잡담은 그만. 합차한다.
Huh? There are people over there.
유리 씨와 같은 사무소의 해결사분들이에요. 엘사지부에 이미 몇 번이나 방문한 적이 있는 경험자들이죠.
인사하지. 왼쪽에 있는 분은 홉킨스 씨.
Hopkins and Aya. Everyone say hello to Hopkins and Aya.
안녕하십니까.
붉은 시선님, 직접 만나뵐 수 있어서 정말 영광입니다. 소문으로만 익히 들어왔었는데 이렇게 직접.
저 앞에 허름한 창고 보이지? 안쪽에 지하로 내려가는 계단이 있다.
No reason at all. No reason at all.
계단부터는 여기 유리 씨가 맡을 거고.
네.
여기 해결사 분들도 경력직이니 돌발 상황에는 잘 대처할 거야.
I got beef with a lot of characters in this game as well.
이만하면 되었겠지. 내 동행은 여기까지다. 언제까지고 뒷바라지를 해주고 있을 거라 생각했다면.
It's so weird because I definitely consider this canto to be better than Rhodia's canto. Oh man, it kind of sucks because I don't really want to do Rhodia's dungeon, so we'll probably go into the theater and just watch through Rhodia's dungeon. There's not much interesting stuff that happens in it.
혼자서 발 뻗고 쉬고 있겠다는 건가?
애당초 내가 동행하면 너희들은 관광하러 내려가는 거나 다를 바가 없지 않겠나.
Virgilius is saying, if I were to actually help you guys, we would be done within like a week, and you would learn nothing.
한마디로 실컷 쥐어 터지고 썰리고 오라는 거군.
보통 저렇게 말하면 항상 다른 꿍꿍이가 있던데.
편한 대로 생각해. 특별히 가이드 분까지 붙여줬으니 잘 해내고 오라고.
네, 잘 해내고 오겠습니다, 붉은 시선님.
최선을 다해보긴 할게요.
I forgot stuff about Virgilius' level. He is a color, and colors are like busted, so take that to heart.
단테, 잠깐 나 좀 보시죠.
You'll see. We'll see.
미리 말해두자면 저들은 8급 해결사입니다.
I don't know what that means, Virgilius. I don't have any memories.
서열이 낮은 심부름꾼이라는 뜻입니다.
Okay, thank you.
저들을 이용은 하되 의존하려 하지 말아야 할 겁니다.
In other words, they're not dependable enough. And I had to let him know that I understood his point.
어쩌면 그 버스 안에서 제대로 대화라는 걸 할 수 있는 건 다모 문을 빕니다. 단테.
Virgilius gave my shoulder a pat with a crooked smile and slowly made his way back to the bus. That cutscene didn't need to exist as its own separate cutscene. And then the fight afterward also did, but then there's also a fight here for zero reason, which is really weird. Alrighty.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
This did. Verge give us a. All right, we actually are going to do Gregor's Dungeon because I think Gregor's Dungeon is actually at least interesting, and there are some interesting things that happen in it, at least at the very end. We entered the worn-down building of El Corp's branch facility. Deeper we advanced into the dark ahead, the awful stench rising from the underground only grew stronger.
냄새가 지독해요.
허파 속으로
Thanks, Isan.
쓰레기가 막 붙고 있어. 되려 머리가 맑아지는 냄새요.
Thanks, Yisong. Yisong's such a freak in this chapter.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 이 안에서 죽으면 전투가 끝나도 되살.
유행하는 개그인가 봐. 요샌 도시에 무슨 이야기가 떠도는지도 모를 정도가 되어버렸어.
They seem to have misunderstood us, but seeing as Faust made no comment on it, I decided not to add my input. They could understand you anyways, because we could now almost make out the source of the rancid smell before our eyes. Looks like they've been dead for a while.
정확한 관측이십니다. 시체의 붕괴기에 다다른 것으로 보이는군요.
Thanks, Otis.
벌레들이 한창 잔치라도 여는 모양이네.
얼른 서두르자고.
응? 그래. 자기 혹시 벌레 무서워해?
이건 노파심인데 설마 벌레 시체를 얼굴에 들이대는 유치한 짓은.
There is no end to the glaze.
짠.
하지 않을 거라비. 아이, 저리 치워.
웃기잖아. 벌레를 무서워하는 게 다른 사람도 아닌 자기일 줄은. 그래. 그렇게 싫었어?
됐어.
거기 장난은 그만 쳐라. 관리자님이 신경 쓰셔야 할 거리를 만들지 말란 말이야.
The voice acting in this game, by the way, is top tier. Like, it is beautiful. And that's why I'm saying, like, if they actually do, like I'm pretty sure they're making an anime, but they actually go through and make a Limbus anime, it'll be so easy for them because they already have voice acting for like 85% of the stuff.
공격받은 건 꽤 최근인 듯하구려.
Gloom that had cast over Yuri's face cleared after observing the bodies.
우리 아니 로보토미 코퍼레이션 직원들은 아니네요.
여긴 이제 금광이나 다름없는 곳이 되어버려서 어중이 떠중이들도 모여든다더군요.
By the way, this is basically the only time they mention this at all ever in this game.
몇몇 해결사나 조직들 사이에선 로보토미 드림이나 엔케팔린 러쉬란 말이 도는 정도니까.
They had an idea when they were making this chapter, like, yeah, that's what's gonna be the enemies. This did not continue anywhere.
로드 앤 러쉬. 멋있는 줄임이군.
조용히 있다가 기껏 말한다는 게.
We love you, Ryoshu. People actually despise Ryoshu. I don't get it because she's great. I love Ryoshu.
그러한 잉글리쉬는 본래의 뜻을 가물하게 만들지 않겠소.
Bro just said the word Ryoshu. Or English, I mean. Bro said the word English.
제 말이 그 말이. 이상 씨, 뭔가 말수가 많아진 것 같은데요?
이상하오?
그이는 원래 말수가 적지 않은 사람이에요.
Why? I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
최근에 조금 바뀌었을 뿐.
관찰력이 높은 졸개가 많아지는 건
Excuse me.
나쁘지 않은 일이지. 계속 지금의 상태를 유지해줬으면 좋겠군. 가지.
마치 그대가 캡틴 같구려.
Thank you for the
관리자께서
head
알리라고
pats.
보호만.
제가 주제가 넘었습니다.
Otis is fine. Frowning as though she were caught off guard, Otis bows to me as she apologizes. No, it's nothing. Let's head down. Most of the corpses' body parts were morphed in bizarre ways. One had insect wings protruding through their intestines. Others had horribly twisted antennae hanging down.
우리가 아까 마주쳤던 자들이랑 비슷해 보이지 않나요?
그 벌레머리 하고 있던 사람들 말이죠.
조용. 전방에 거수자 포착.
As Otis noted, multiple figures could be seen down the corridor.
거수자? 그 뭐야?
거동 수상자. 적일지도 모른다고.
I'm sure we had all the same ideas to what Otis was referring to. The enigmatic, that might be Roman's facility, as Faust mentioned. That might be what, or excuse me, abnormalities. I didn't even say the word abnormalities. The enigmatic abnormalities that may be Roman's facility. I said enigmatic, and I was like, that's enough. That might be what those shadow figures are.
마주칠 수밖에 없겠고.
Thank you for the head pass.
어이, 거기 누구야?
What we confronted were the creatures that we anticipated, but people. It was too early to be relieved, though.
뭐야, 이 근방엔 우리들 뿐이라며.
입구 쪽에서 처리를 못한 건가? 그새 다른 쥐새끼들이 들어왔나 보군.
어이 벌레들, 아까 그 시체들은 너네 친구들이냐?
시체? 나이 새끼.
잠깐.
어디서 온 찌꺼기들인진 모르겠지만 어차피 너희도 엔케팔린을 챙기러 온 거지. 여기서 한층만 더 내려가면 손쉽게 엔케팔린을 얻을 수 있어. 거기는 너희에게 양보할게. 서로 챙길 것만 챙기고 줘.
알아본 것 같네.
The moment the soldier's eyes landed on Gregor's face, their thin veil of affability crumbled.
배신자 녀석.
아하, 너는 전방에 소속돼 있었나 보네. 어때? 그래도 포스터보다는 실물이 낫지.
헛소리 집어쳐. 내가 너 따위에게 경례를 했었다는 게 역겨우니까.
이런 실물이 되고 한 것도 아닌데.
Why was he a traitor again?
너무 그러지
I think because he left G Corp.
너는 그 가짜는 특혜로 시술 부작용 없이 평범한 사람 행세하며 살아갔겠지만 우린 아니었어. 이 기만자 새끼야. 우린 전쟁에서 패배하자마자 버려졌다고.
Also, that he got to be a normal person after the war. Meanwhile, all the other bug people are like bug people.
버려진 건 나도 마찬가지였어. 모든 군인들이 똑같지 않나?
Also, I don't think these people are real, by the way.
그 중에서도 너희들은 버려진 벌레처럼 살아가기 선택했나 보지?
어이, 적을 도발해서 좋을 건 없지 않은가?
당신도 군 출신이라면 알잖아. 앞에 서 있는 것들과 싸우게 될지 아닐지 정도는.
순순히 보내줄 생각이었는데.
저 배신자 새끼째로 잘라 죽여주지.
어이없는 새끼들이네. 우리가 엔케팔린을 가져오면 그대로 뒤통수 갈겼을 것들.
Thanks, Heathcliff.
그랬던 거였어요?
Yeah, of course they were, Sinclair.
밑바닥에 떨어질 대로 떨어진 놈들한테 의리란 게 남아 있을 것 같냐?
Is it already in a memory? The fathoms of ego are very, very, very interesting.
가진 놈들도 뒤통수를 쳐 때리는 판인데 그럼 말랑한 걸 기대하냐 넌?
Because I think it's just too convenient that people who knew who Gregor were just showed up. Just happened to be here. All right. So we have to do fights. That's the reason I specifically leveled up some units for this.
이단에게 철의 단죄를.
All right. So most of these units are pretty self-explanatory. They have stuff going on. The middle one there's a lot more going on here. Also, the music in this game is great. But we're gonna basically win most of these fights just because we have like higher level units. Man, it's been so long since I've had like a stagger on the first hit before. hit.
정화.
되겠냐고요.
Dead. Oh, good news is we'll probably level up our units by doing this as well. Gregor lights a cigarette and takes a drag before sighing a long plume of smoke.
다른 보안업체에 취직을 해도 이것보다는 나았을 텐데요.
평생을 군인으로 살았던 자들이다. 다른 직업으로 새 출발하기엔 적응하고 바뀌어야 할 것들이 너무 많았겠지.
Gregor's story is about PTSD and what it's like to be a soldier.
그리고 몰락한 날개 출신이라는 건 엄청난 꼬리표야. 누가 받아주면 구두발이라도 핥아줘야지. 아, 미안하다. 내가 생각이 짧았네.
아니에요. 쥐사나 엘사나 상황은 비슷했겠죠.
Different circumstances, but sure.
날개가 부러진다는 건 그만큼 혼란스러운 사건이니까요.
Oh, is the game gonna force me to learn about focus battles again? Oh, I don't want to learn about focus battles again. So these are called focus battles. In focus battles, each enemy has parts. Thank you for the head pet and the hydrate. The weird look on my face as I drank there. Parts. You drag. Instead of training across, you drag things to people's. And what? Yeah, and then yep. Focus battles basically explainable. Rather than just being random enemies, they each have body parts. Like this has a body, a literal body, and you have to drag to it to choose where you're going to fight. And speed matters here. Speed actually matters. So because I'm at a 3 here, or because this unit's at a 4. I have to clash it with either a unit that has a higher speed or it's already attacking.
정화.
인간을 대지.
Abnormality battles are interesting because some abnormalities are better off fought by doing opposing elements, while some are better off fought doing opposing resistances. At least in my opinion of the facts.
재밌겠는데? 몰라 열받게. 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
Also, I read something the other day that basically said that power creep is the name of the game for this because it's supposed to represent the sinners getting better and better IDs as time goes on. It won't let me win rate. The cowards won't let me win rate this. I do get a 5 lust A res, which is amazing. Wonderful. Oh, there's more of these things. Yep, speed. Yep, I already told Chad about speed. Doesn't matter. You return. I'm going to show you all the power of ego here. This ego hits multiple units.
잠깐 정지. 너 기념품을 두고 갔잖아. 거기 그대로 있어. 나 기념품을 집어넣어 줄 테니까.
So a fight that can take in multiple turns. Why is that so loud compared to the rest of that? Ow, my ears. I'm sorry, chat. Fight that should take in multiple turns took 2. Good job, Faust.
전 처음 봐요. 이런 것들은.
모른다고?
Hobson's face quickly turned into a cold frown. The expression on his face was such a far cry from a sycophancy before Vigilius that it sent shivers down my spine.
아니 그게
우리가 굳이 추락한 날개에 깃털을 준 이유가 뭔지 알지 않나?
엘사의 지부의 의뢰를 조금.
잘하네. 하급 관리직 출신에게 별로 바라는 것도 없었어. 길었네. 그리고 저 환상체인지 환장체인지 하는 걸 어떻게 조져야 할지.
It's not really abnormalities or Picatula. They're like kind of like failed distortions, more or less.
네. 처음 본다는 말이나 하면 우린 어떻게 해야 되는 거냐?
It's confusing, I know.
호핀스, 배고파졌어? 살살 좀 해.
유리 씨가 처음 본 게 확실하다면 이 개체는 환상체에서부터 비롯된 또 무언가.
그 코퍼레이션이 모든 환상체를 관리하고 있지는 않았을 수도 있어. 유리양이 공부를 소홀히 하지 않았다면 스스로를
Good job, Yisong. You tell her, Yisong.
감사합니다.
뭘 간질거리게 입씨름을 하고 있어. 가서 두들겨 패면 되잖아.
So true, Heathcliff.
시킨다면 할 뿐이다.
So true, Heathcliff. All you need to do is beat the things to death, and then we win.
제 형태를 갖추지 못하리라.
We are just gonna be pressing a lot of win rates here. She's the one who grips. It be gripping, chat. Death. What does her skill 2 do, I wonder?
이거 분강 맞지?
Good job. So I mean, this is going to be most of this fight. It's just going to be land blasting things.
붉은 시선님의 수하들답게 능력도 만만치가.
This was also before they realized that they could just put like talk nodes inside dungeons. So like there's just gonna be a lot of fights that just exist just to get us a conversation afterwards.
수아라고?
아이고, 우리 호킨스가 말 실수를 해서 제가 대신 사과할게요. 그런데 왜 이렇게 꾸물럭대는 거야, 호킨스? 치질 다시 도졌어?
Jesus, Aya.
무슨 말을 하는 거야? 내가 언제?
Hopkins got to his feet after fidgeting for a bit. I noticed his pockets were stuffed full, but I didn't bother to point it out. Oh. Hey, by the way, these guys are really stupid. Play area where you can change your people. We're gonna press save team because we don't need to change anybody. We'll be fine.
이쯤이면 적당하겠네요.
As soon as I opened the door, Faust suddenly showed up to me and blocked my path.
간테, 눈을 감고 어둠 속에 숨어 있는 별을 찾아보세요. 너무 찬란하지도 않고 은은하게 드러나고 있는
The star. This one won't hurt, right?
별을 찾는 것만이라면 아프지는 않죠.
Something about the way Faust put that bothered me, but I decided to trust her and blocked my sight.
다시 눈을 뜨면 까마득했던 별은 당신과 눈을 맞추고 있을 거예요.
That's beautiful. That light is it only visible to me?
아니요. 당신을 통해서 이젠 모두가 던전이 아니지만 모두가 별을 통해 당신을 통한 혜택을 받을 수 있게 되었죠.
그럼 얼른 시계 돌려주세요. 어깨뼈 쪽이 아까부터 탈구된 것 같거든요.
돌린다고요? 아, 그 시계 정말 돌릴 수 있는 거였어요?
Nah, it's pretty. No, I go TikTok.
돌아가기만 하겠어. 엄청 신기한 능력을 가지고 있다고. 유리시도.
Will no one recognize the pain I endure? It's I think there's a joke later on where the sinners are like, hey, I stubbed my toe. Can you help me? Look, it's the Ebony Queen's Apple, level 6. Do not worry, chat. We are perfectly fine. So gripping.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
아, 상쾌한 기분.
I'm dying over here.
그 시계 진짜 신기하네요.
이 정도면 특이점 수준인데 대체 어떤 날개가 뒤에?
Hopkins stared at my head with palpable greed. He tried to ignore it, but looking at his stuffed pockets again.
단테, 왜 네 머리를 붙잡고 있는 거야?
It's nothing.
파우스티안, 관리자께서 가진 시계는 저들의 목숨을 돌려줄 수는 없어?
Nope.
시계는 수감자들에게만 동작해요.
아, 차라리 그게 낫네. 배에 구멍이 숭 났는데 못 죽고 되살아나지면 그게 더 끔찍하잖아? 아니다. 배가 뚫린 거면 운이 좋은 거지. 몇 초 안에 죽으니까.
Huh? Wait. Foreshadowing, chat. We're doing foreshadowing. Ah. A tendril erupted from the wall and penetrates Aya's abdomen in an instant.
전투 준비.
Rest in peace, Aya.
내가 말했지.
What did it tell you?
난 항상 운이 좋았다니까.
이미 절명했어.
자, 이럴 때일수록 정신을 똑바로 차려야 하지 않겠어?
일반적인 공격의 형태를 취하고 있지 않네요. 환상체일 가능성이 높습니다.
관리자님, 명령을 부탁드립니다.
Fight! Felt pity for Yuri. She looked at Aya's corpse and then back to us, tears welling in her eyes. Nevertheless, Yuri, Hopkins, Aya, those three I can't revive. We have to fight now if we don't want any more casualties.
현명한 판단이십니다.
저 째까기는 소리가
You can make sense of that too.
건가?
Otis lifted a fiery glare at Hopkins, but soon reminded herself of her priorities and took a sharp breath before bellowing out.
관리자님의 명령이다. 졸개들아, 포위 진영을 구축한다. 목표는 전방의 거수자.
네.
그런데 저걸 잘하고 칭할 수 있는지가 의문이구만.
Shadow entity, its silhouette greater than humans by several orders of magnitude, filled the room as its tendrils extended insidiously toward us. It was approaching, invoking in us a sense of terror unlike any foe we've faced thus far. So the nice part is, like, I think for a little while we should be able to keep up, like, having a team. Click on it, you get an abnormality guide. Our observation levels are going to be kind of wonky because we killed this thing before. So that where's weak point is the fruit part. Target the fruit. Okay. It won't let me target any other part. All right, cool, awesome.
정화, 이거 긴강 맞지?
Ooh, restricting my damage, huh? No, wait. No, it definitely is restricting my damage, so it can explain more things to me. Destroy a part of the abnormality. Let's consult the abnormality guide to see if anything has been updated. You destroyed the fruit part. For some reason, destroyed parts become fatal. Please note that parts microcerebral cannot be attacked again once destroyed, unless they regenerate. Passing through the encounter will unlock the enemy's passive information. Reading the details inclusive is crucial. And the enemy's information window is crucial to winning certain battles. You're telling me. Continue pressing this abnormality. Me pressing the funky haha button.
재밌겠는데?
I am the one who grips. During focus encounters, during focus encounters, you, the manager, may occasionally be tasked with making decisions and choice events. How the battle may drastically shift depending on your choices, so choose wisely. Basically, sometimes this stuff pops up. It asks you something. And then you have a choice of who you want to do a thing. It's better to choose the person with the highest possible sanity because it basically uses one of their skills to flip a coin. Faust walked with shaky steps with bare hands. They dug up the roots that in their hands were the doubts of others. The sinners realized that while the injury may heal, distrust might take deep root in their hearts. Entangling roots expired. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna hit the Arknights event. So this ego is from the Arknights event.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹꽁 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Done. 2 hits.
뭐야? 끝이야?
환상체는 함부로 제압하기 힘들 정도로 강력하다고 들었는데요.
They were. I was there.
클리포트 억제력 때문이에요.
Why didn't that shit work back in the lobotomy corp facility that I managed?
뭐? 커피 포트?
환상체들을 약화시키는 힘이에요. 황금가지를 회수할수록 그 억제력도 점점 약해져 가겠죠. 지금은 이 정도로 끝났지만
나중엔 100번을 죽었다 깨어나도 힘들 수 있다는 말이네요.
Yeah, we might. That's a terrifying thought. Where does corpse go anyway? I'm pretty sure that tack did it in.
분명 숨통은 끊어졌습니다. 관리자님의 탁월한 지휘 덕택이죠.
There's no end to the glaze. Couldn't have just shot up into the sky, could it?
역시 관리자님입니다. 그럴 가능성도 배제할 순 없죠.
Otis.
아니 너희 눈엔 이 단단해 보이는 지하천장이 안 보이냐?
이쪽을 보세요.
Yuri gestured towards something listlessly. Shock of losing Aya must have shaken her up pretty badly, but seeing her endure and keep her chin up, I figured it was best to just let her be instead of trying to comfort her with a few words. Is that an egg?
환상체의 핵이군요. 적절하게 제압했을 경우 이러한 아래 모양으로 환원되죠.
그리고 부화할 거예요. 이 공간에서 일정 시간이 지난다면요.
뭐? 그런 개 같은 일이.
이것들이 죽지 않는다는 소리인가요?
Nope, you can't kill abnormalities permanently. They live forever.
환상체는 죽지 않아요. 그래서 엘사의 생산 에너지량이 어마어마했던
They break out, you just beat them to death, and then they come back.
이 상태의 핵을 격리실에 가져다 놓는 게 제가 하는 일이었는데.
알이 다시 깨어나기 전까지
Leave.
저희가 해야 할 일은 뭐죠?
Leave.
림버스 컴퍼니에는 이런 환상체들을 담당하는 부서가 별도로 있어요.
Good job, Limbus Company.
회수해 갈 겁니다.
The LCE is their name.
그 애프터 팀이요? 안내받을 때 들었던 기억이 나네요.
그럼 시간 끌지 말고 빨리 부르지 그래.
연락은 메피스토펠레스에서 가능합니다.
그건 그렇겠지.
And Gregor's like, ah, convenient.
너무 걱정할 필요는 없습니다. 황금가지만 찾는다면 싫어도 돌아갈 테니까요.
Even Gregor's like, ah, that's convenient. So we have to do this all ourselves, huh? We went down to another floor.
이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄 몰랐어요.
It's all green. Look at it. Look at all the encephalon on the walls.
대체적으로 로보토미 지부들은 여러 개의 층으로 구성이 되어 있어요.
They do.
그리고 각자 층마다 주인이 되는 환상체들이 존재할 거예요.
I don't know about that.
어? 아까 그런 게 또 나온다고?
Of course there are.
그런 그 전투 정보? 아니 그걸 대체 어떻게 알고 있는 거야?
파우스트는 모든 걸 알고 있어요.
Faust knows all. Remember this. This is important. Write this one down.
안내에서는 비포팀이 사전 정찰을 한다고 하더라고요.
그냥 네가 관계자라서 하는 것뿐이잖아.
틀린 말을 하진 않았잖아요.
She knows. Faust is always watching, Naka.
어쨌든 주요 적군이 매층에 하나씩은 존재한다는 거군. 등 뒤에 적을 두고서 전진하는 멍청한 일은 할 수 없으니 결국 그 층의 환상체를 정리해야만 하겠다.
파우스트가 할 말을 앗아가 버렸네요.
Faust always talks in the third person. Faust talks about Faust very well.
말하지 않더라도 의도를 전달할 수 있다면 그보다 이상적인 것은 없지 않겠어.
Yi-sung, you are a very different character.
단테, 별을 볼 때예요.
I'm starting to feel like I'm being taken for granted. Faust knows all, Faust sees all, Faust is all. Woohoo! Wait, can I uptie? I can't uptie. I can only switch out. Alright, we'll save team. We'll be alright. Employee waiting room.
이단에게 철의 단죄를.
Another veteran appeared from the dark, his gait grim and heavy. He must have been a high-ranking soldier once. Despite his age, his badge still gleamed.
그레고르 과장?
Manager Gregor?
당신 얼굴은 알 것도 같아.
I told you, this has to be in the Fathoms. Because why would this guy be here of all places? In D Corp, in a random facility that we happen to be in.
자네 부장이었다. 혼자 도망친 것도 모자라. 이젠 옛 전우이자 내 부하 녀석들까지 죽였군.
이봐, 전쟁은 10년 전에 끝났어. 아직도 병정놀이에서 벗어나지 못했나?
끝나? 아무것도 안 끝났다.
Yeah.
아무것도 끝나지 않았다고. G사에서 도망치면서 네 전쟁은 끝났을지도 모르겠지만 우리는 아직도 전쟁의 한복판에 계속 서 있다.
아, 이런 동질감은 갖고 싶진 않았지만 나라고 크게 다르지도 않아.
그렇다면 이해해야지, 과장. 전쟁터에서 배신자에게 내려지는 결론은 항상 똑같다고.
그럴듯하게 말하지만 복수를 위한 직결체는 사칙 위반이야. 부장 양반.
By the way, what I'm talking about is the golden bow likes to resonate with people. That's why each person has their own canto. Because the golden bow in each facility resonates and brings out some fathoms of memories. And when it resonates, well...
재밌겠는데?
Listen to that Faust laugh. She's so happy.
되겠냐고요.
죽음으로 참여하라.
Funnily enough, we actually should get we should get bonus damage against these guys. Funnily enough, I think. Because technically they're all wearing prosthetics, and you'll find out. Perhaps the time spent off the battlefield has rusted the old soldier's prowess. The head manager, who must have defeated countless enemies in his prime, was now facing his own end.
한때는 널 존경하는 자들도 있었지. 그레고르.
존경해달라고 부탁한 적은 없었어.
더 이상은 전진하지 마라. 그곳은 지옥이야.
미안하지만 그러기는 힘들 것 같아. 성실하게 일하지 않으면 잘리거든.
돈에 명예까지 팔아버린 거냐?
The bughead's so weird.
애저녁에 훈장이랑 같이 팔았지. 집주인이 월세를 독촉해서 말이야.
He's so quippy. The head manager smiled bitterly as he expired.
너도 우리와 다를 것 없군. 결국 우리는 역겨운 벌레 새끼들일 뿐.
He took a few more shallow breaths, then ceased to move.
어이. 담배 좀.
이번만이다.
미안. 저거한테 내 담배를 나눠서 물려주기는 싫었거든.
Gertrude gave a snort. For a short while, the smoke from Gregor's cigarette lingered in the air with prevailing silence. Man, Ryoshi's such an interesting character. All right, these things. I forgot about these things. The Doomsday Clock dolls. You don't ever see them again.
이곳부터는 폐장병들이 머물렀던 흔적조차 보이지 않네요.
더 이상 전진은 하지 말라고도 경고하던데.
They exist for this dungeon alone. As we proceeded, we discovered bodies that seem to have been here for quite some time.
이건 우리 아니 엘사 직원들의 시체예요.
You know, Hopkins hasn't talked much since Aya got stabbed through the stomach.
둔기로 맞은 흔적이요. 전원이 그러하구려.
관리 기록서. 이건 환상체 관리법을 적어두는 문서예요. 보통 관리 업무를 지정받으면 지겨울 정도로 안길레스 들어가니까 이런 건 필요 없는데.
추측컨대 환상체가 탈출했고 아무도 관리법을 알지 못했던 게 아닐까 하오만.
Probably from a different floor.
아직 격리실로 운반하지 않은 날들이었다면 그럴 수도 있겠네요.
There are way too many corpses here.
대체 어떤 환상체길래 이렇게 많은 수의 직원들이... 잠깐... 이게 무슨 냄새죠?
이번에 사무실에서 비싼 장비를 하나 장만했죠.
얜 또 뭐라는 거냐?
특정 층부터는 독성 검출이 높아진다고 그런 소문을 들은 적이 있었거든요.
나 아까부터 귀에서 피가 흐르는데.
Rodian, why did you say anything?
고난 없이 어찌 전투를...
Don Quixote's voice actress earns her paycheck every single line. She went for it whole hog.
지속 노출되면 신체에서 지속적으로 출혈을 일으킨다더군요.
정작 그렇게 말하는 본인은 너무 멀쩡한데?
Gas mask.
이거 예전에 보급되었던 환상체 제압용 독성 가스탄이에요. 시체들 사이에서 폭발이라도 했나봐요.
확실히 이 부분부터는 도끼가 꽤 진해지는군요.
Hopkins had put on a gas mask before we noticed.
뭐야, 우린 저런 거 없어?
제공되는 보급품은 따로 없었습니다.
Of course you weren't.
이 새끼, 넌 일찌감치 알고 있었냐? 버러지 같은 자식.
Heathcliff broke off mid-sentence, dropped to one knee.
흥분하면 혈류가 더 빨라집니다. 독이 금방 퍼진다는 거죠. 자리에서 되도록 날뛰지 말고 최대한 천천히 호흡하세요.
Good job, Faust.
홉킨스 씨, 왜 미리 말을 해주시지 않으셨어요?
나야말로 물어보자 유리. 별 기대도 안 하고 들여놓은 짐짝 같은 사람한테 가뜩이나 비싼 물건을
Damn. You're the same grade. Both you and her are the same grade. You're both useless. Grade 8 fixers over here.
냉정하게 말하면 우리 사무실에 네가 발을 들인 것도 놀라운 거야. 아야는 널 귀엽게 봐서 챙겨주려고 했을지는 몰라도 지금은 죽었는데.
비겁한 새끼. 그러고 살고 싶냐?
해결사에게 비겁이라니 되도 않는 말을 하네.
So true.
붉은 시선님이 데리고 다니는 이들이길래 누군지나 보려고 했더니
Hopkins, you're dead, by the way, buddy.
제대로 된 도구나 정보도 없이 여길 기어들어오는 미친놈들이었을 줄이야.
저딴 새끼를 그냥 두고만 봐야 한다니.
Picking up his hostility, Hopkins backed off and made a quick dash for the exit.
그래도 덕분에 엔케팔리는 쏠쏠하게 얻어갈 수 있었어. 창피할 테니까 질식사 말고 행방불명이라고 보고해줄게. 그럼
Yuri slumped to the floor, watching blood pour from her nose to her hands. And she wasn't the only one. Rogia, Heathcliff, and the other sinners were writhing in pain as blood gushed out of them. Gregor?
유품이나 챙겨주려고 들고 왔던 건데.
He was holding the same type of gas mask as the one Hopkins wore.
아야 씨가 넌 챙겨주려고 했었다면서. 그럼 네 거지. 도구도 없이 기어들어온 미친 놈들은 다 살아남을 구멍이 있으니까 걱정 말고.
Coughing up blood, Yuri put on the mask.
알고 있어요. 밤낮 없이 굳은 일을 도맡아봤자 아무 연고도 없이 사무실에 인정받는 게 쉬운 일이 아니란 거지.
Yeah. Being a fixer's no rainbows. Joining a syndicate seems easier, but I'm pretty sure those are probably hell too. Especially if you join one underneath the thumb.
지부가 폐쇄될 때까지 남은 시간은 고작 3분이었고
부지 메모를 시작합니다.
제 눈앞에서
에너지 전송 85% 완료.
유리! 날 두고 가지 마! 유리! 그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요? 살아남은 게 죄인가요? 동료들이랑 같이 파묻히기라도 했어야 해요? 환생체들이 도시로 빠져나오면 안 된다는 이유로 회사가 통째로 폐쇄되고 있는데?
It's kind of weird that like the branches just like exploded after L Corp went under.
죄지. 이곳에선
그 말은 좀 아프네요.
I stood there blankly for a moment, then snapped back and looked over at the sinners. Half of them were already dead on the ground, and Ishmael's head drooped just as she said her last words.
그러면 뭐 어떠냐?
Remember, their death is inconsequential.
계속 뻔뻔하게 살아남아야지. 일일이 죄책감 부여하다간 네 마음이 남아나지 않아.
Once Gregor drew his last breath, Yuri and I remained the only survivors. Don't worry too much about us. I can take them back there and revive them. I knew all Yuri could hear was the mechanical ticking, but I did my best to communicate my words to her nonetheless. She did not speak again for a while. After a long stretch of heavy, awkward gloom, the toxic gas finally cleared.
이제 괜찮은 것 같네요.
Oh yeah.
도울게요. 가서 빨리 살리고 오죠.
With that, Yuri took off her gas mask and calmly carried the sinners all on her shoulders, one by one. Unsure how to respond to the look on her face, I decided to keep quiet. Yay! We did it. We revived the sinners. These weird little doomsday clay dolls. They don't even have passives. This is how nonsensical they are. Dungeons are great because in dungeons you get to keep your ego resources. Don't worry about this button up here. That's a button that Emerald doesn't have. We don't talk about that button yet.
알겠어. 이거 공감 맞지?
Bonk, bonk.
정화.
Boom.
정화.
The gripping. She is the one who grips. And Sinclair's the one who gets gripped. This is not a joke. I don't actually know what his real name is, but it's basically his name. Were those abnormalities responsible for killing all the employees?
아니에요. 아마 제 짐작이 맞다면.
전방을 주시하십시오, 관리자님. 아까랑 똑같은 놈이 하나 더 있.
A humanoid being wearing the head of a statue was slumped against the wall.
안녕. 너희도 제비뽑기를 하러 왔니? 사원증을 다 모아서 주면 당첨자를 고르는 거야.
We love Yuri. We do love Yuri. She's great. Its hand was barely grasping on the strap of an employee ID card. Alex was the name written on it.
알렉스.
제정신이 아닌데. 당첨자 타령은 뭐야?
어떤 환상체들은 관리법에 정기적으로 희생물을 정해 바치라고 쓰여져 있었죠.
그쪽으로 가면 안 돼. 그것들이 곧 찾아낼 거야.
그리고 결국 인신공양에 있었던 거구나.
Yep.
네가 뽑을 차례야.
People?
인신 공양을 하지 않으면 어떻게 되는데요?
The abnormality gets angry.
그건 몰라요. 관리법은 항상 철저히 지켜졌었거든요.
탈출해서 닥치는 대로 사람을 죽이고 다녔던 건가요?
It does.
그 환상체라는 놈 되게 졸렬한가 보네.
Well, don't you?
만나면 뒤통수를 까고 다니나 보지?
그게 무슨 말이에요?
단체로 눈이 삐기라도 했냐? 그건 사람이 낸 상처였어. 서로 한 대라도 더 때리려고 기를 썼더만. 저 등신들은 지들끼리 치고받다가 뒤진 거야.
Something like that.
왜 그런 건데요?
Well, I mean, with no procedures to leave them and no hope of getting out.
뻔하지. 지부가 무너지고 한동안은 어떻게든 살아남을 거라 생각했을 거야. 꾸준히 사람을 바치기만 한다면 언젠간 구조가 될 수도 있으니까. 제비 뽑기로 몇 달은 버텼겠지. 일단 한 놈만 죽으면 잠깐은 버틸 수 있으니까. 근데 그걸 희생자가 고지고대로 받아들이겠냐? 내가 죽을 바엔 눈앞에 있는 놈 머리통을 터뜨리겠어. 그럼 적어도 지금 내가 바쳐지는 일은 없을 테니까.
Oh, Heathcliff.
뭐,
You're so right.
그렇게 흘러갔겠지.
그러다 마지막으로 살아남아서 그들과 같은 석상을 뒤집어 쓰고 있으면 인신 공양을 피할 수 있을 거라고 생각했군요.
그럴 리가 없어요. 알렉스는 자기가 살려고 남을 죽이는 직원이 절대...
그걸 네가 어떻게 알아? 저놈이 진짜 알렉스인지 확실하지도 않잖아.
Yeah.
한 가지 조언을 해줄까? 그들이 직접 데리러 오기 전에 직접 걸어가는 편이 훨씬 편할 거야.
이만 떠나지. 이자는 곧 숨을 거둘 거다.
Yep. While everyone else moved along, Yuri remained in place and kept on staring at the statue-clad individual.
네 잘못이 아니었어. 알고 있지?
날 두고 가, 유리. 제발 날 두고 가.
Time to go. I mean, if it's a lot system they're after, they got it. They're rummaging through corpses looking for something. Relentless demands for an offering ring in the ears. They look like they might jump us at any second. You see a dying person nearby, gasping for air. Should you offer this person up, or offer the person up? All allies lose SP, gain an ego gift. Don't offer the person up, you get a combat encounter, win to gain a stronger ego gift, or offer a sinner. Ooh, no. And whether you're in action, the clay dolls attacked you. Combat encounter, get it to win it to get an ego gift. They had to disable an ego gift for the third canto, I believe, because it was like actually breaking the game and causing infinite combats. Bonk, bonk.
되겠냐고요.
And gaze. Bonk. Woohoo, we did it, chat. All these fights are so easy right now. Like when we get to the real fights, I'm gonna be screaming because all allies gain +5. Well, actually, wow, we're actually insanely. We're gonna like walk through this place now. Cheers.
이단에게 철의 단죄를.
Whew. I don't. What's this thing do again? Battle proceeds to the next phase after all the clay dolls are defeated. Cool. Bonk, 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 bonk.
되겠냐고요.
정화.
되겠냐고요.
And next phase. The runt looks upset. It seems to want something, but what should we give it? I'm just gonna keep pressing win rate until eventually we win, because I'm pretty sure this is a mechanic based fight, and so we're just gonna have to like keep fighting until we win. The grip. The grippening. There are many ways to calm one down, but that really seems to be like gifts the most. A fresh splash of blood might be able to appease it. Offer a clay doll. Give a living clay doll as a tribute. Satiate the abnormally calm down for a moment. It's so funny watching the number, the big number go on the screen. Now both of its arms are staggered. We can hit it with the big damage. Our thing has like multiple phases. I hate boss fights that have multiple phases. I really hear the loud noise again. I apologize, chat. I just want to kill these things as fast as possible.
잠깐 정지. 명품을 것 같잖아. 기념품을 집어넣어 줄 테니까.
나도 녹이면서 살 수 있거든.
또 죽었나?
Those things aren't supposed to die. Those things are supposed to like those things are supposed to have 0 HP the whole time. To weaken the flame, you'll need cool water. Since we aren't carrying buckets of water, we should offer up someone cool instead. Offer a clay doll. Give a living clay doll as a tribute. The flame shrunk to a flicker. Since dangerous blow, unclashable targets allies. Universe of flame. Interesting. How about we all target this? Or maybe I should target the thing it's targeting.
되겠냐고요.
There we go. Ta-da! We did it.
2층에는 유독 구더기들이 많이 보여.
For the head pats. These bugs aren't so bad after the last floor's abnormality. Don't want to see anything like that ever again.
그거 그렉이 들으면 기뻐하겠다. 안 그래 벌레 친구?
But Gregor wasn't paying attention to Rogia.
다들 아까부터 무슨 소리 안 들려?
소리라면 계속 들렸잖아요. 로자 씨, 이 상황에서까지 배가 고픈 거예요.
Hit Rogia where it hurts, in her stomach.
그런 건 모르는 척하는 거야. 응?
아니, 그거 말고.
For the first time on expedition, Gregor walked ahead of the group, opened the door next to him as if by some compulsion.
잠깐, 거긴 환상체 격리실.
마치 그때처럼.
No, the door was already open. Gregor gazed blankly into the room, lost in the shower of the outpouring golden light. Gregor,
우리 시간 여행이라도 한 걸까요?
I see an overcast sky. From a distance, screams and roars twine to a warped cacophony. The ear-shattering boom of artillery and war cries suffuse the air with its acrid sting.
딱 보면 모르는가? 이곳은 전장, 한복판.
이건 꿈? 악몽? 왜 또다시?
그러니까 왜 전장 한복판에 있냔 말이야? 함정이라도 빠진 거 아니야?
It'd be a funny trap. You walk into a room. Hello, you're now on a battlefield in the past. Fuck you.
아니요.
You're now fighting on the beaches of Normandy randomly.
멀지 않은 곳에 우리가 찾던 기술의 정수가 있습니다.
황금가지요?
네. 다들 이곳이 언제인지 알아보시겠나요?
눈이라는 게 있다면 한눈에 알아보겠지.
I actually don't. Joke's on you. You're on Vietnam now. You walked through the wrong door. I confess it straight up. Confess straight up.
모르는 게 당연합니다. 관리자님께서는 눈이 없으시니.
There's no end to the glaze.
그걸 변명이라고 하나요?
Lois cleared her throat as if to mask her embarrassment, then narrowed her gaze at the battlefield.
소속을 과시하는 듯한 형형색색 촌스러운 깃발들이 나부끼는 걸로 봐선 연기 전쟁이 발발한 지 최소 70일 후.
Smoke war.
입니다, 관리자님.
That's when someone came up from behind and suddenly tugged at Heathcliff's shirt.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피해! 저 폭탄에 노출되면 급격하게 노화가 진행된다고! 옆 초소 직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는 걷지도 못한다니까!
대체 이 자식은 누군데 아는 척을?
그레고로 과장님, 고생 많으십니다.
Oh, as soon as he knows Gregor, the bandaged man snapped to attention and saluted him.
저를 모르시겠죠? 생체 관리팀 토마입니다.
It's Toma from Biometric Maintenance. Biomimetics Maintenance.
선발 대열에 계신 줄 알았는데 후방에 있었을 줄은 몰랐네요. 합류를 해야 하는 거면 제가 도와드릴까요? 전 다리 특화형이어서 점프에는 자신이.
말만 들어도 징그러워.
Toma casts a curious glance towards Rogia.
당신 방금 무슨 말을?
도마 대리 사원인가?
네, 2등 사원입니다.
이쪽은 아직 시술된 지 얼마 안 된 직원이라 정신착란 부작용이 해결되지 않았어. 내가 잘 타이르지.
그렇군요. 아무리 그래도 전시회 준비도 안 된 직원을.
미안하네. 내가 급히 데려갈 일이 있어서.
Gregor practically yanked himself out of the conversation and hurried to Faust.
어떻게 된 거지, 파우스트 씨? 이건
Your memories.
기억이잖아.
Yeah.
정확히는 자아 심도예요. 당신의 마음속에 나 있는 하나의 길. 우리가 그레고르 씨의 마음 안에 들어오게 되었다는 뜻이죠.
Honestly, Gregor's story is like really heart-wrenching. I think that's what sucks the most is that Gregor's story is like super neat, and then you get to the next one, you're like, oh no.
제 형태를 갖추지 못해.
Murder, murder.
토할 것 같아요. 눈앞의 것들이 모조리 일렁이고 있어서.
심압이 높아지고 있는 것 같군요. 하지만 무슨
불안한 악몽을 꾸었던 적이 있었던 것 같다. 혹은 아직도 악몽을 꾸고 있는 것일지도 모르겠다. 이 꿈, 이 공간에 존재하는 색이라고는 단 2개다. 벽을 온통 뒤덮은 청색. 그리고 난 이곳을 나가는 방법에 대해 알고 있다. 팔을 뻗어 무기력하게 흔들리는 사과를 조각내기만 하면 되는 것이었다. 황색 가운을 입은 자들은 내가 그 조건을 이해하지 못하는 것처럼 보였는지 하루에도 몇 번씩 찾아와서 설명을 반복했지만 안타깝게도 내가 이해하지 못하는 것은 마침내 이해하기를 포기하고 동강난 사과가 땅에 떨어지던 그때 닫혀있던 문이 열렸다. 계기는 기억나지 않는다. 정신적으로 너무 지쳐 있었던 걸지도 모르고. 그냥 체념하기로 결심했던 걸지도 모른다. 어찌됐든 악몽에서 벗어나고 싶다는 생각을 했다는 것만.
드디어 해냈네? 그럴 줄 알았어. 성공적인 수술이었거든. 앞으로도 그렇게 하면 된단다. 눈앞에 사과를 조각내는 거야. 아, 맞다. 15.
네, 포기와 체념을 통해 벗어난 악몽. 어느 날 아침 꿈에서 깨어나고 나니 나는 한 마리 흉측한 해충으로 변해 있었음을 발견할 수 있었다. 사과를 조각낸다. 어떤 건 딱딱했고 화석했고 물렀고 고장내가 퍼질 때마다 가끔 구역질이 났다. 깨달은 건 언제였을까? 꿈에서 깨어났다고 생각했지만 나는 여전히 악몽의 한가운데였다는 것을.
It's so good. The first time you do this is it's so like oh. Joke's on you. I'm 20 levels higher than you, so therefore I win. Bonk.
미단이 휘청거리는군.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Fluid sac, one of the best.
이거 분강 맞지?
Crunch. There we go, chat. 2 shots. Fluid sac is considered one of the better crutch egos there are. Thank you for the headbands. Could be a head pat every time I win a battle, huh?
또 전쟁터 한가운데.
아까랑 같은 장소네요. 조금 달라졌지만.
Someone came up from behind and suddenly tugged at Heathcliff's shirt.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피하라고! 저 폭탄에 노출되면 급격하게 노화가 돼. 옆둥지 직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는 걷지도 못한다니까.
잠깐. 이전은 아까 그...
하지만 너무 걱정하지 마. 그레고르님이 계시니까. 우리와 다르게 부작용도 적고 심지어 재생까지 가능하잖아요.
Huh. Interesting.
실력으로는 누구보다 탁월한 헤르만 이사님이 직접 손보신 분인데
Herman.
그런 분이 후발부대에 계시면 안 되죠? 제가 태워다 드리겠습니다.
뭔데? 가까이 오지 마.
왜 도망가세요? 지사의 깃발을 들고 앞장서서 싸워주셔야죠.
난 한 번도 원한 적 없었어. 개조도.
Sorry, my jaw actually kind of is cramping a little bit because I'm not talking enough. Because I want to say things, I'm holding myself back.
앞장서서.
Toa's mouth tears open, and a pair of long antennae begin to break through his skin.
또 싸워야 돼? 슬슬 속이 안 좋아지는데.
무슨 헛소리지? 명령 불복종자가 되고 싶은 건가?
I love this. This one's so nice.
탁월한 계획입니다.
I think we should run from here.
치고 빠질 때를 잘 아시는군.
There is no end. I'm going to say it every single time because she does it every single time. To the glaze.
뭐 이런 녀석이 다 있어?
She bootlicks harder than any person I know. That's what's her problem, Heathcliff.
용납되지 않을 거예요.
이해가 되지 않아요. 전 직원들을 대상으로 개조가 이루어졌다고는 들었지만 이렇게까지 고약하진 않았을 텐데요.
These are Gregor's memories.
사실과는 다소 다를 수 있습니다. 그레고르 씨의 기억이 아닌 마음이
Yeah,
만든 길입니다.
or that.
마음속의 성분들은 이런 모습으로 남아 있었던 거군요.
Yeah.
그 둥지에서 모든 직원들이 개조 소스로 받았던 건가요?
대부분.
다들 동의하에 집도되었던 건가요? 이건 정말
엘사 직원들은 동의를 구하고 인신공양을 했던가?
그건 계약서에 명시가 되어 있었다고 했어요.
But you never bothered to read it, huh?
우린 알지 못했지만 효율적인 관리를 위해서는 그런 절차는 대중한
Yeah, that's Lobotomy Corp.
공포를 직면해야만 한다고.
Face the fear.
그러니까
Face the fear. Save the something.
동의한 셈이죠.
Well, face the fear, build the future. That was Lobotomy Corp.
우리라고 달랐을까?
Oh, Bugman. Ba 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 ba. You hear a faint voice. Please help. Do you follow the sound or run a pride check? A soldier was crushed in her rubble, gasping in agony. Please just kill me. It hurts too much. You can't ignore this person. Who'll be ordered to bring the soldier to peace? Thank you. Soldier's life was delivered a coup de grace by the knife. The human rhythm that rose through the blade soon ceased, and the soldier was eased into eternal rest. The ego gift, shoddy dressing obtained.
제가 누구 딸인데 이런 걸 못 하겠어요.
Oh, this game plus 10% max HP. Most nothing of nothing.
요리 씨, 안 오고 뭐해?
잠시만요. 가방에서 방독면이 떨어져서.
이젠 쓸모도 없을 텐데 군장의 무게만 늘리는군.
It's a memory.
아야씨, 유품.
Aw, Yuri.
N사 소속도 아니면서 세상에서 가장 의미 없는 짓을 하는군.
반대로 묶어야 돼요.
네?
매듭이요. 그렇게 묶으면 금방 다시 떨어질 거예요. 배에서 안 풀리게 묶던 방법이 있었어요.
Oh my gosh.
버스로 돌아가면 방법 알려드릴게요.
This is important for later. Write this down, chat.
아, 고마워요.
There's so much stuff that at the moment I was like, that's a throwaway line, but it actually meant something.
뭔데? 너네 뭔데 화목하고 자빠졌냐?
Oh, come on, Heathcliff. She's lost her friends.
뉴리, 이렇게 된 거 림버스 컴퍼니 새 수감자로 합류는 어때?
제가요?
Yeah, we're upstart.
알아. 베르겔리우스나 그 윗선의 권한이라는 거. 그래도 말은 꺼내볼 수 있잖아.
글쎄요.
그리고 분홍머리가 회사의 마스코트로도 제격이거든. 어때? 어?
Aw.
마스코트요?
Yuri smiled for the first time, albeit faintly. Aw. We love Yuri. Yuri's a great character. Meeting her is actually one of the better things the game lets you do. We love Yuri. We do indeed love Yuri.
전쟁은 끝났다.
The war was over.
하지만 난 아직도 우스꽝스러운 포즈와 자신만만한 얼굴을 하고 있었다. 난 저런 표정을 쓰지 않는데. 하지만 팔에 나 있는 털만큼은 역겹게 아주 잘 그렸군. 누가 그린 거지?
Who drew this? It's a good question. Sorry, I was checking something out.
유머가 늘었다. 악몽 속에 오래 잠겨 있다 보니 살고 싶어 그렇게 된 모양이다.
쥐사 새끼들은 모조리 참수시켜버려야 돼.
누군가 중얼거리면서 바닥에 가래침을 뱉는 소리가 들린다. 목소리의 방향이 어디로 향했는지는 쳐다보지 않아도 알 수 있었다.
Yeah.
그래서였을까? 속이 메스꺼렸다.
저기요, 괜찮으세요? 어이, 괜찮은 거야? 얼굴빛이 영 안 좋아 보이는데.
지하철이었는데.
무슨 개소리야?
그래, 여긴 여전히 전쟁터야.
No. Gregor rummaged around his pockets for a cigarette out of habit, then froze in place. It must have dawned on him, as it did on me. The rest of the sinners seemed to have understood what was happening. Toma's gonna grab us and give a warning any second now.
당신들.
토마 씨, 대사가 슬슬 지겨워져서 그런데 우린 미치지도 않았고 누아 폭탄은 안 맞을 거야.
Look at this thing in the background, by the way. This was this kind of stuff that G Corp was bringing onto the battlefield, and they lost.
아니.
No. Instead of elaborating, he points up.
나 살려달라고.
I need help.
죽고 싶지 않아.
I don't want to die. Toma's crushed to a pulp before our eyes. There's only one thing to say in a situation like this.
선언, 후퇴!
We must up everything we can to run, but the airborne hand is ever persistent, showing no sign of letting up.
다 같이 군죽행이 되겠어. 대책 없어 똑똑한 양반.
듣는 중이에요. 심상 속은 변수가 너무 다양해서 섣불리 결정하기 힘들기 때문에.
고민할 것이 뭐가 있겠는가? 진정한 영웅은 어떠한 고난에도 굴복하지 않지.
Thank you, Don Quixote.
난 묵사발이 되어버린 시체는 옮길 맘이 없는데. 아, 미안 단테. 당신 보고 한 말은 아니야.
I was tempted to snap back at her, but keeping my mouth shut so the group could focus making a run for it seemed like a sensible thing to do.
아직도 생각 중이신가? 모르는 건 없다며?
당장의 해결책을 물어본 거라면 네.
Thanks,
아직
Faust.
얻지 못했어요. 확실한 건 이 근방에는 황금가지가 존재하지 않는다는 거예요.
장난해?
Me?
지금까지 겨우 알아낸 게 그거야?
Heathcliff furrowed his brow, ready to snap at the unhelpful savant. But after a sudden close shave with a massive palm, he began spitting up without a word.
그레고르 씨?
뭐야? 왜 갑자기 멈춰?
알 것 같아.
I think I see it now.
이것이 내 세계라면.
Gregor took a breather and looked up at the sky.
우리들은 저 손을 피하면 안 돼.
기어이 맡으니까 가버렸냐?
Get the crackers.
그래, 확실한가요?
지금까지 뭐 하나 내 의지대로 살아본 적이
I have to say
없었어.
the nails are on these giant hands. They're very pretty. Look at the nails. They didn't paint their thumb though. They only painted their fingers.
이건 역시 저항 자체가 무의미한 공간이라는 거겠지. 그렇다면 저항을 그만두는 게 해답일지도 몰라.
진심이냐? 다들?
별다른 방법이 없잖아요. 다들 지쳤다고요.
그리고 말이지. 저 손톱 말이야. 저런 무늬의 매니큐어는 흔하지 않다고. 손바닥의 주인이 그 사람이 맞다면 절대 날 포기하지 않을 거야. 파우스트 씨, 당신 이게 내 마음의 길이랬나? 그렇다면 확실할 거야.
I hope Gregor gets another canto so bad, because this just doesn't do enough of a justification to Metamorphosis as a whole and Gregor's character.
내 마음의 길은 이 이후로는 막다른 길일 예정이거든. 악몽 길도 그 사람의 통제 밖으로 벗어나 본 적이 없었으니까.
Who is Gregor talking about, and what does he mean by a nightmare? Much as I wanted to ask him.
될 대로 되라지.
Soon enough, the giant hand cast a shadow over us, descending. Just before it reached us, it stopped to hold us in its grasp. Everything went dark. I felt a disorienting nausea being lifted into the sky. Please don't throw up, Sinclair. Only Faust and I managed to find our footing while everyone else stumbled around from the vertigo. We found ourselves in another battlefield, albeit one that was more familiar to us. We made it, chat. We made it through. While traversing a narrow passage, a swarm of cockroaches crawled into the way. The rustling visage is almost revolting. Do you walk past them, or... We'll carefully walk past them. One got on my leg. Everyone managed to get through the passage, but their disgust is clearly visible, and they seem fatigued by the experience. Don't worry, it doesn't really matter too much. We're about to be reset anyways. Man, this game is so cool.
재밌겠는데? 되겠냐고요.
I say this while I'm playing this on my own, by the way. I'm so hyped for this game. This game is so neat. It's so funny. There were such funny characters back in the day. This character exists and only applies its good effect for the rest of the squad if you manage to hit heads. So, like, hey, low sanity, screw you. It's such a silly idea. I get it for some things, but like, why that? Why the debuff? Here we go. Defensive line 23/7, 15:36 hours. Enemy info, the golden apple.
4, 3, 1 시작.
단테, 이 격리시랍. 여태까지 만난 것들과는 다른 느낌이 들지 않나요?
Yeah, it really does. Wait, is this?
네. 황금가지가 뿌리 내린 환상체가 있을 거예요.
그래도 다 온 모양이구만.
그레고르 씨, 버스로 돌아가면 카론한테 지도 보는 법을 알려줘도 될까요?
그래. 카론이 좋아할 거야.
그럴 리가요.
Sinclair shook his head and dry retched afterward.
돌아갈 곳이 있다는 건 좋은 거네요.
Gregor is so adorable. Yeah. I'm sure that'd be great. Pull on, like knowing how Chiron's gonna react. I mean, that's basically his VA for the whole thing. Rest in peace, this apple, by the way. Actually, I don't think I can rush this one down because I think it has that. I think its buff keeps me from rushing it down. This golden apple buff here. No, wait. Nope, that's not it at all. Huh.
의단이 휘청거리는군.
The apple's body broke and the raging fruit still grew. Could the golden bell really be in there? I'll go check it out, Yuri said to the others. The senator with the bug arm seemed nervous about this. Did he want to go with her, perhaps? Can't just send Yuri out there alone. What senator would be able to keep her safe? The fruit-cracked shell suddenly began to rattle as if it would jump out at any moment. Ishmael managed to escape, but it seems Yuri couldn't. The fruit's flesh melted to a new form, a new body. Don't feel too guilty about it. One lost life is better than two. Golden apple formed a new body. The abnormality devoured Yuri in one bite. She was gone without a trace. I can save the other sinners, but there's nothing I can do about Yuri. Without a word, Gregor's hacked and slashed away at the abnormality, as if he expected to find Yuri unscathed by slicing the apple open. Rest in peace, Yuri. We love you.
이거 건강 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
If she was eaten whole, there's a chance? To be naive.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
정화.
Absorb nutrients. Again, this chapter, this first canto does a really good job of telling you, hey, the city's fucked up.
되겠냐고요.
The massive maggots falls apart in a hail of silent screams. Beyond that, I see a wave of radiant golden light. Is that the golden bow? Just as I began to approach it, the apple begins to tremble.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
Yuri, you're okay? Even as though I had clearly seen it devour her, I couldn't stop myself from asking.
버스로 돌아가면 카론한테 알려줘도 될까요?
Then I saw a glimpse of the pink locks of hair that Rhodia took a liking to. That's why it's called the false apple, by the way. So that's why I wanted to do this dungeon, by the way, because if you just do the cutscenes, I don't think you see that. Yuri's head stood motionless, facing Gregor. Her face was upright. However, the Yuri we knew, the Yuri who accompanied us, was always hunched over, slouched and laden as though it were the obligation of the sole survivor to carry the weight of our dead colleagues. So I had no reason to hesitate to warn him. That's not Yuri, Gregor.
그래. 내 생각에도 그런 것 같아.
It was so sudden. Yeah, her brain's full of maggots. Even the most advanced recovery preacher of the city can't save her anymore. Yeah. Yeah, you know, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like this is the perfect intro to the city, because it's like, oh no, this world's messed up. You could not save everyone. Better one person dead than two, right? Gregor accepts it calmly. He then outstretches his arm, sending it flying toward Yuri. Yet it soon pauses midair.
죽고 싶지 않았어요.
Cut her down, Gregor. I don't know if this is the right thing to do as the manager.
그 누구도 죽고 싶어 하진 않았어요.
Yuri had a blue thigh band while the other girl had a pink one. Oh, that's neat. But I had to shout at Gregor now to stop him from breaking. Cut it now!
죽기 싫어요.
이건
Not even ampules could help. Yeah. I pulled again. I pulled against it with all my might, but it wouldn't budge.
여자를 놔줘. 아니면 대응 공격을 하겠다.
내 팔을 잘라줘. 어서!
다시 말한다. 놔주지 않으면
잘라고!
As the membered arm falls to the ground, she slides down the wall, gasping. However, peace doesn't last long. The arm starts regenerating from its twitching stump.
괜찮으십니까?
가까이 오지 마. 가까이 오면 안 돼.
I really like this scene. It's so good. The regrown arm rushes forward as if remembered the pain it suffered from mere moments ago.
그레고로 과장님, 항상 존경하고 있습니다.
존경하지 마. 난 내가 원해서 참전한 것도 아니야.
Remember her name as a clue? Yuri, yeah, right?
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요? 살아남은 게 죄예요?
그냥 살아가, 제발. 우리가 원해서 이 비극 속에 떨어진 거 아니잖아.
This is literally like Gregor reliving his survivor guilt through somebody else and then watching that person die. And it's just like this depressing scene.
끝에서
Oh god, not this fucking guy.
개탄스럽고.
뭐 우리야 좋지. 잡지 않은 기회는.
Shut up, both of you. Sorry. Yuri's head tumbled to the ground. It wasn't Gregor's doing. Yuri's mouth opens and lets something out. There's a tree branch radiating a bright golden glow.
가지를 찾고 있었니?
당신
생각보단 좀 작다. 그치? 난 헤르만이라고 해. 앞으로 자주 보게 될 거야.
She says this.
왜냐하면
Spoilers for the rest of the game. I think this is the only time we ever actually see her. You don't know who Herman is? Herman is Gregor's mother, quote unquote. Question mark. Yeah, no. The only time you ever actually interact with her that I remember is this scene right here. You interact with a ton about the golden bows, but her, this is the only time she actually shows up and face to face with you. It's very funny.
우리는 가지가 필요하고 너희는 가지를
I think they had an idea for the story and then walked it back, and that's where how we ended up in a different path. No.
너희는 죽지 않지만 우린
Herman nudges Yuri's head with her foot.
물론 지금은 말고 황금 가지는 우리 쪽에서 안전하게 수거해 갈게.
This is Gubo. We hate Gubo. That's Asaya. I think that's Gia Huan. Yeah, exactly.
구보, 나의 벗. 이것이 그대가 선택한 길이요.
맞아.
Fuck you, Gubo.
이젠 몇 안 남았지.
오랜만이네, 형. 네 옷에 더러운 냄새가 나는 거 알고 있어? 지금 꼴을 가족들이 봤어야 했는데.
How far did you get? I have finished the most recent Kanto. But we are playing this for the stream, so I'm going to try to keep myself from spoiling things. I just wanted to mention the Herman thing because I'm hoping I'm wrong, but as far as I remember, I don't remember her ever interacting with the main sinners ever again.
아주 만남의 광장이로군.
내가 준 선물은 잘 간직하고 있어, 아들?
Yeah, I mean, Gubo just sucks. And Gubo threatens Virgilius's life in Leviathan. And then Virgilius is like, this is what we're doing. And Gubo's like, all right, you win. I'll be your prisoner.
고작 이런 꼬락서니가 되라고 준 건 아니었는데.
바란 적 없어.
She was busy.
그래도 포장지는 마저 뜯어야지.
You should finish unwrapping the present, guys.
고작 그 능력이 내가 준 전부가 아니거든.
We will get there.
자, 인사는 여기까지.
Hi, Gia? Was that right? Gia? Gia? Is it Juan? Or Juan? No, Juan sounds more Spanish than Chinese. Huan? Huan, maybe? The man called Gia Huan clapped twice. Then everything went dark. Like walking from a long nightmare to the break of dawn. After some time passed. Don't look at me like that, Virgilius.
눈앞에서 황금 가지를 빼앗기고 당당히도 복귀했군.
Friend code is that? I will drop that in my thing.
나의 과대평가였나? 파우스터 씨, 변명이라도 해보는 게 어떨지.
불멸만이 해답은 아니더군요.
Thanks, Faust.
당신은 할 말이 없습니까, 단테?
Dante. There was another group going after the golden bows. You had to have known this, so why didn't you warn me?
황금 가지를 노리고 왔던 다른
Dante, do you dare is Dante? Faust placidly relayed my words to Virgilius.
설마 내게 책임을 묻는 겁니까? 되묻죠, 단테. 아무런 위협 세력이 없는 곳에 12이나 되는 자들을
There were plenty of threats in there, Virgilius. What are you talking about?
해결사까지 추가로 고용해가면서 말이지.
That's
관리자 양반. 그건 내 탓이야. 책망하려면 나에게.
He sounds so distraught here. Dante, do the mirror dungeon. Dante. I actually need to do my weekly mirror dungeon.
거역적이군. 만난 지 얼마나 되었다고 벌써부터 전우의 냄새를 풍기는지.
I love you, Virgilius is such a big softie. I love him.
뭐 피차 한 배에 묶인 자들끼리 감싸주는 게 나쁘다곤 하진 않겠지.
Dante, pay your taxes. I already paid my taxes. I already did my taxes. It's tax season already. Dante, you must use TurboTax. Dante, they lobby the government. Dante.
연락이 왔습니다. 애프터 팀의 특별작전 사과가 지하로 진입, 작전을 수행한다고 하네요.
그래, 그래야겠지. 남은 애고와 환상체라도 회수해야 할 테니. 정작 중요한 정수는 이렇지만 말이야.
뒤끝이 길군. 전장에서 실패는 을에 있는 법이다. 목표를 달성하지 못했다면 다시 작전을 세워 재투입을 할 뿐이지.
Thanks, Otis.
첫 작전에서 너무 많은 걸 바라는 게 아닌가? 관리자님은 첫 지휘라고는 믿을 수 없는 성과를 보여주었다만.
There is no end to the glaze.
이쯤 해두지. 뭐 아주 틀린 말을 한 것도 아니니까.
그렇죠.
Seemed to be an uncanny tension between Virgilius and Faust. But right now, I had neither the energy nor the willpower left in me to get inquisitive. The bus reeked with metallic stench of blood and gore that clung to our outfits, but not one thought to open the windows. And no one had the urge to have a change of clothes. All of us just sat in place, dwelling on silence. Gregor, who had the most defeated look of them all, stared despondently out the window. Then he suddenly went to hang something from his pocket near the windshield of the bus.
벌레 양반, 메피의 머리에 뭘 매단 거야?
유품. 두 사람의 유품이다. 딱 유리시만한 여동생이 있었거든. 그냥 그랬었다고.
Considered giving him a pep talk, but the idea quickly dissipated. Ishmael wore a grieving look. Sinclair was quite quietly weeping, and Rhodia let out a distressed sigh. They couldn't offer him any encouragement. What good would I do?
결혼 시야에 방해가 되진 않겠나?
카루는 괜찮아.
그래, 출발하지.
부릉부릉.
The bus slowly grumbled forward. The gas mask hanging by the windshield gently swayed like an ornament. All right, everybody, that's Gregor's chapter. At the end of every canto, we have nice little song time where they all sing a version of the same song. And it's very pretty and beautiful. And we get to look at all the nice people who made the game. By the way, there's credits on every single canto. There doesn't need to be credits on every single canto, but there is. These credits sometimes actually spoil after credit scenes, which there are some. Yeah. So this next part is the no, not this part, the part after this. Yeah, I mean, sometimes. By the way, I love it because like it literally has everything here, right? By the way, this game is only translated into English and Japanese. If you can't speak those languages, go fuck yourself. The song is Millie, In Hell We Live, Lament, featuring Ki Hao from, I forgot the name of the band. What did I do? Oh, then go fuck yourself for not speaking English and Japanese. Or Korean. Korean as well. Does every song have lament? It does not. Every song has a very similar part to it though. Thank you for the head pets. This part coming up right here. This is the part that's in every other song.
I'm adorable.
Hum hung pong pong. They literally thank their cafe crew here. It's so funny to me. It's like these people don't need to be included in this, but they're like, fuck it, send it. And then right here's the gas mask in the corner. Yeah, no, there's a lot of cute little things here. Also, the artwork here looks so different than what it looks like in the future. Solemn looking bus. They are not having a good time.
재미없다.
Thumbs up, everyone. Victory. All right, I do think this is probably where I'm going to call it though, because the next canto is 19 chapters long. And it also includes a dungeon, and I'm pretty sure we're going to there's 29 in total here. But I want to check out here. 1 second. I didn't actually check this out. All right. No, it doesn't look that. You get further, I might be interested in story length. No, there's a lot of story, especially if we're going to listen to every single voice line that comes in the game, which I like to do. We're going to be here for a minute. I can't wait to show you guys Dante's Ultimate Aura Loss. It's this one right here. Mini 3 right here has Dante's Ultimate Aura Loss in it. Minus 1,000 points of aura. He says one word. He says 2 words, and then minus 1 million aura, and he still hasn't technically regained all that aura back yet. I actually do need to do my my mirror dungeon at some point, but that's cool as fuck. Don't mind me, I'm just doing my
이 정도면 그녀에게도 인정받겠어.
don't mind me, I'm just doing my
잘 해결한 것 같네요.
my skips for threads before I end this. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you for listening. If you were here earlier, thank you for listening to me yap. You skip battles? So it's technically slightly more efficient to skip the first 3 thread battles. Like than it is to skip anything else. So like the first 3 thread battles of the day, skipping because you daily bonus gets you only like a third is less than just doing them manually, and thread battles suck. Luxcavations take like 10 seconds. Sometimes thread battles are awful. I hope to see you all again tomorrow for Mugenics. Until then, actually, we're gonna raid into Valco because I saw Valco was streaming. I don't know if Valco is streaming, but we're gonna raid into Valco if he's still alive. He is. Cool. Oh, Red Dead Redemption. Has he restarted for the 5th time yet? I don't mean to tease Valco that much about it, but he does. He does. Restart. He seemed to have restarted a couple times at this point. Anyways, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I hope you all have a great afternoon, evening, morning, whatever time is for you. And as always, goodbye.